Sanibona, welcome. My name is Kasi Tole, and over the next couple of hours, you are going to suffer through me saying things, asking people to come on stage, and asking you to tweet about where we are. It's going to be a lot of things, but I'll try to be as nice as possible. Now, a lot of you are probably under the impression that we are here for a day-long conference, but I can tell you now there's been a big change in the program. It is now an awards function, and an awards function that is going to acknowledge a lot of people in the room and actually celebrate the work that they have done and they have achieved. Now, the most important thing about these awards is that I'm not going to delay them until the end of the day. We're actually going to do them now. And of course, I'm going to name the first award. And if you feel that you are the winner of that particular award, you're going to stand up and everybody else is going to clap for you. If you feel that you are the winner of this award, I'm not going to say your name. If you feel you are the winner, you stand up and then people are going to clap for you. Are we ready? Right? So, at this Kagiso Friday Morning Awards, the very first award goes to an individual in this room whose greatest achievement is that he and she woke up this morning and made it all the way to this function. If you feel that you are that individual who has won that award, you can stand up now and everybody else is going to clap for you. I can see there are a lot of winners. Congratulations to most of you. I see some of you did not win that award, but do not despair. There are still 2 more awards that I'm going to be handing out now. The second award is one award that a lot of South African citizens wish they could get, but of course they cannot get it because firstly they're not here, and secondly I've decided not to award it to them. But this is an award that even citizens across the globe wish they could get, but they simply are not able to do so. This award is an award that is given to those individuals who have won one of life's greatest lotteries. And that is the lottery of being born in South Africa and being a South African citizen here in 2024. If you feel that you are the winner of that award, you can stand up and everybody else is going to clap for you. There's a lot of winners in this room, but I still notice that some of you have still not claimed any awards, so this one is specifically dedicated to you. If you are an individual that is here in the Republic of South Africa today, on this Friday morning, a couple of weeks before a general election, and if you are an individual who has woken up and said, I'm going to be part of this celebratory event today, but also more importantly, if you are an individual who is a change maker and a difference maker in the world and the field of education in South Africa and Africa, this award goes out to you. Congratulations! Now that we are all winners, it's always a good way to start on a winning note. We are now going to move on to some of the more interesting components of what it takes for us to be the winners that we've just announced today. So as you've heard and as you saw, when we said that the first lottery in life that you can win is to be South African, and then there is a secondary lottery of being a difference maker in the world of education, we could already tell that there are a lot of winners in this particular room. But what is of interest to many of us is a simple question of, well, what does it take to be in that particular position? What does it take to actually end up winning this particular award? So over the course of today, we're going to be reflecting on that to say, wait, hold on. If we are going to have these individuals who have won this prize of being rewarded and acknowledged as change makers in the education space, what exactly is it that they do? More importantly, when we look at the motivation that each of them have towards actually making this particular change, what is it that they do in the form of collaborations, in the form of partnerships, and in the form of saying, wait, hold on, we believe in this country, and if this country's future is going to be secure, we need its education system to be sustainable, we need it to be viable, we need it to be vibrant, and this is the work that we're doing. So it's really a very interesting way in which I'll tell you that they've won, and then they spend the rest of the day actually showing you why they are the worthy winners of this particular awards. This is, of course, our education Indaba, and when we talk about, gatherings of this nature, there's always the first question of, wait, didn't we have another one the other day or the other year? What is different today? I can tell you what is different today. What makes today different is that all of us now remember that 30 years ago, we were born. I know some of you look a bit older, but I can tell you that I was born 30 years ago. So when we were born 30 years ago, we were born with the need and the quest to fix a broken state and a broken nation. And everybody acknowledges and everybody knows that education is the one conduit that has the capacity to fix a state, to fix generations. So any of you all of you who actually then took on that baton and said, I want to be in that particular space, you actually put yourself at the epicenter of changing the country. 30 years down the line, we are now in a position to reflect. We're in a position to look at the progress, and also we're in a position to share insights and ideas about what has worked well, and perhaps what still needs to be done better in order to make sure that when we turn 30 and 40 and 50 years as South Africa, we can be able to say, this is why these guys on a Friday morning were awarded for the difference that they'd made, because this is the implication and this is the impact that we've been able to make on this particular nation. So over the course of today, I will invite you all to really engage on some of what we're going to be deliberating on, and also, given the wisdom, the collective wisdom that sits within this room, we actually want you to then keep giving us some of the nuggets, keep sharing some of the ideas that you say, wait, hold on, actually in our institution or in our sphere, this is what we did, and this is how we did it differently, and this is the impact that we're able to share. So even those of you that are joining us online, good morning to you. You will be able to actually share some of the questions and some of the insights through the online platforms. And of course, we're going to put them to our delegates here and our panelists who are going to be giving us particular insights. So it's really a day of information sharing. And I think obviously for a lot of you, you probably have a lot of anxieties, because I imagine those of you that are in the teaching profession, you kind of believe that this is where you should be talking. But today I am the teacher. And the problem with the teacher is that the teacher is also responsible for timekeeping. It is the teacher that then has to say, okay, it looks like we've heard a bit about that. We need to hear something else. So therefore, let us shift and enable somebody else to be able to share some insights. This simply means that you are now at risk of being actually exposed to the worst dancing that you'll ever see. I'm a very terrible dancer. But my dancing is so terrible, as soon as I start doing it, people get so distracted, they pay attention to it. So if I get onto the stage and then I start dancing, people are going to stop focusing on you, and then they're going to look at me. And that will be me saying that it's time up. So please be aware that the risk of you going over time is that you're going to torture everybody else with my dancing, and I don't think anybody deserves to see that. So please be alert to that particular dimension. Now, of course, the housekeeping rules is that there are the emergency exits. Well, there will be no emergency, but that is the official term that the occupational health people say we must use. So those are the exits, and also the facilities are available outside them. It is a bit warm, even though people are saying, but where is winter? So you've got some water facilities already on your tables, but there's also some drinking stations out there. So, of course, if you do need to step out for a bit and get that, please feel free to do so. The Kagiso Trust team has put together a very wonderful program over the course of today. They've selected some of the best and some of the most knowledgeable speakers in the field of education, in the field of change making, and in the field of social impact. So as we engage with them over the course of the day, always remember that these are individuals whose entire thesis in life is to say, how can I make the country better for every citizen that lives here and that has won the lottery of being a South African like myself? So that is essentially what we're going to be talking about over the course of today. But of course, the Kagiso Trust is an institution that a lot of you know has done a lot of work and a lot of changes in the different spheres. And I could never, even if I wanted to, I could never be able to crystallize and summarize all the work that has been done over the years. But somebody whose responsibility it is to be that institutional archive, that institutional wisdom point, is, of course, the chair of the Kagiso Trust, Mankone Indaba, who will now come up on stage to welcome us all. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. As I have been introduced, I'm Mankone Indaba. I'm the chair of the Kagiso Trust. And my job today is to welcome you all. You might just wonder, a mere welcome, and she brings an iPad, a written speech. It's because when I speak about or for Kagiso Trust, I don't stop. That is how passionate I am. So people at Kagiso Trust, executives and all set, keep her on the straight and narrow. So this is going to be my straight and narrow. Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues and partners in education, it is with great pleasure that I welcome you to this inaugural Education Indaba hosted by Kagiso Trust. I'd like to extend a warm word of welcome to the speakers, the panelists, and all the participants who have traveled from various parts of the country to be here today. A special thanks to you, the representatives from the Department of Basic Education who are here, the education desks of the major political parties, and our esteemed NGO partners for their invaluable contributions. We gather here today, we are united by a common purpose to transform South Africa's education system. Transformation is a non-ending journey, and one might ask, what do we mean transform South Africa's education system? Haven't we been doing that for the last 30 years? It will go on for the next 30 years and beyond. Our education sector is at a critical juncture, facing numerous challenges that require innovative and collaborative solutions. At Kagiso Trust, we believe that education is the foundation upon which a prosperous and equitable and just society is built. Our vision at Kagiso Trust, if you go to our website and look at what is our vision, you will find the words prosperous, equitable, and just society. And that is, we believe education is one of the pillars that would lead us to that vision. What is the purpose for today? The education in Indaba is more than just a conference. As Kaya has indicated, it's not your usual conference. It is a call to action, and I would dare say with all hands on deck. I think everybody who is in here and who's at home or wherever online, we should adopt that line which says, all hands on deck. It can't be one institution, it can't be two, it can't be three, all hands on deck. Our goal is to harness the collective expertise and proven educational models of leading NGOs and other stakeholders to create a roadmap for systemic change. Today, we aim to facilitate collaboration, strengthen partnerships between NGOs, educators, policymakers, and political leaders. One then says, why have you invited political parties to this Indaba? It's because ultimately political parties land in parliament, they decide on policy, they decide on legislation, they give us regulations, and we need to share the expertise and experience that we have had over the years, and so that we arm them with information when they make those policies. We wish to promote innovation, highlight successful education models as they will be presented today, that can be scaled and adapted to different contexts within South Africa. We have implemented some of those models, and our partners and other NGOs and other stakeholders have implemented a variety of education models, many of which have proved to be successful, or at least incrementally improving the education system. And I think it is incumbent upon us to optimize those models, adopt and adapt them to various different contexts of our different provinces and localities in the country. Kagiso Trust has a long-standing history of commitment to education and community development. We understand that to achieve meaningful and lasting change, we must work together across sectors and across disciplines. Hosting this Indaba is a reflection of our dedication to being a catalyst for positive change in the education landscape. What are the key themes of today? Throughout the day, we'll engage in enriching discussions and presentation on leadership development and communities of practice for system leaders, innovative approaches to teacher training and professional development, curriculum development that fosters critical thinking and problem solving, strategies for effective policy implementation, and skills development. We will share information and experiences among various institutions. We will see where we complement each other, and we will also identify gaps, and we will see where maybe we are duplicating effort. We should be where we are duplicating effort and duplicating resources. And I believe that this Indaba will show us those gaps and those duplications so that going forward, we are able to complement one another in addressing some of the gaps in our education system. I am confident that the insights and strategies that are shared today will pave the way for a brighter future for South African education. Let us embrace this opportunity to collaborate, innovate, and drive the transformation that we wish to see in our education system. Thank you for your presence and your commitment to this vital cause. I look forward to a productive and inspiring conversations that will take place today. Together, we have the power to make a profound impact on the lives of countless learners and educators around our nation. Thanks again for coming over and joining us today, and thanks again for those who have joined online. Thank you, Program Director.
As one of South Africa's leading development agencies, Kagiso Trust seeks to empower the poorest of the poor, impacting communities through development models that provide sustainable and replicable programs to break the vicious cycle of poverty. We work in education, institutional capacity building, and socio-economic development. Through our investment arm, the Trust is self-funding and financially sustainable, enabling us to partner meaningfully, efficiently, and effectively. In the past 35 years, we have invested over 2 billion rands in 1,800 programs. One of those is the Bayer Snow Day Schools Development Program, which provides for the fundamental needs of schools with a unique, holistic, and sustainable approach. Launched in 2004, the program has been the reason for the improvements in the Free State matric pass rate, with districts where the Trust worked standing out. With the premature closure of schools due to the COVID-19 pandemic, Kagiso Trust had to adapt the model to ensure there was as little disruption as possible for learners to be able to study from home. We overcame a lack of access to data by partnering with radio stations to broadcast grade 12 radio lessons. We also hosted study camps to prepare the matriculants for their final examinations. As we empower learners to become productive members of society, so too do our socio-economic development programs help transform the trade and industry market. We assist Black entrepreneurs through a platform to help develop financially sustainable SMEs, as well as market access and technical support. To date, we have created more than 3,100 jobs and invested over 50 million rands in small businesses since 2002. We are committed as ever to playing our part in creating a prosperous, peaceful, equitable, and just society. There is more to do, for as Nelson Mandela said, as long as poverty, injustice, and gross inequality exist in our world, none of us can truly rest.
Thank you very much, Chair, for that important welcome note, and of course, more importantly, for saving everybody from the prospect of my dancing. So I still think there'll be a moment for me to dance on stage. Now, we are also going to get some welcoming notes and some welcoming insights from the Chief Executive Officer of the Kagiso Trust, that's Dr. Mangodi Moitse.
To dance with you. Let me start by quoting a document that we all know, the NDP, November 2021. It says different parts of the education system should work together to allow a learner to take different paths that will offer high quality opportunities. There should be clear linkages between schools, FET colleges, universities of technology, universities, and other education providers and training. There should be clear connections between education and training and the world of work. I close quote. Our esteemed guests, the Chair of Kagiso Trust, Mankoni Indaba. We are also honored today to have our Board of Trustee member, Professor Tlakisi, colleagues, partners. As I greet you today in this Indaba, today marks an important milestone for us as a collective in the journey of education in South Africa. It is still said, though, that although there are pockets of success, our South African education system still faces many, many challenges. It's said that we are still talking about inequality in education. It's said that we are still talking about under-resourced schools. It is not fair that we are still talking about schools without proper infrastructure. This is just to name but a few. These challenges impact the quality of education and consequently the future of our children and our nation. This and many more has enjoined us, Kagiso Trust, together with our social partners, who I'm excited and really honored that they're here today, to continue to work relentlessly to develop systemic innovative interventions and to collaborate with government for over many years. Is this my water? Can I have? Thank you. This investment goes into billions. I know today they're not going to say the numbers, but if they could, the social partners will say they've invested billions in the education system. We really want to get it right. We don't want to gloat about how much money we've put in on the ground. We want that learner to say, my experience is different because of all of us. As the chair said, Kagiso Trust has a long-standing commitment to addressing these issues. And why do we collaborate? One of our late trustees said, we collaborate with government because sometimes it's too hard to turn a big ship around. The size of our organizations and our partners are agile enough to work hard to apply themselves to the kind of meaningful solutions that should be put on the ground. This agility is crucial because time is not on our side. We need to get quality, get it right, and get it right now. And that quality must be accessible, not only to the learner in the urban areas or in the suburbs of this country, but in the rurals, the far-fetched rural spaces of this country. So our primary purpose is in this Indaba is really to showcase many, many years of investment in models that have been proven to work. We are here to facilitate meaningful partnerships with NGOs, unions, the Department of Basic Education. By bringing together all these voices, we hope to create a comprehensive strategy to address systemic issues in our education. What do we mean we want to collaborate or continue to collaborate? As you mentioned, Chair, Program Director, as we enter the next 30 years, we hope to foster different types of partnerships with policymakers and educators and NGOs. We also want to innovate. We think it's important to explore new scalable models of education. When our children are asking us, is my education relevant? What would you say to them? Is my education making me competitive? What will we say to them? We think a 21st century learner is demanding more And all of us sitting in this room, we have the privilege to play that role and embrace the opportunity to think deeply about how should we do it. We think as we make and debate today, we should embrace the concept of let's build and transfer. On the other hand, somebody must be saying, I'm ready to adopt, adapt, and scale. The great work we do can't be for a few. It has to be for everyone. Let's address the systemic issues in education, and in doing so, be deeply concerned about, is this for everyone? Is this inclusive? Let's make our schools centers of excellence. So today, as we host this Indaba, as the chair said, our partners will show that there are innovative models that have been tried. And we want to commit to continue to invest in new, even different and more impactful models. So let's create this platform and hopefully never stop today to have an open dialogue, share knowledge, collaborate in problem solving. So as I conclude, I'm confident that today's discussions will give us insights and will be inspiring. Let's seize the opportunity for meaningful collaboration and adopt proven models that have been tested. Let's innovate, let's transform, and let's scale. Together we can build a brighter South Africa for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the CEO. We are definitely building. It's already underway. And I think obviously when we look at some of the models that we're about to be introduced to, when we track the impact and the effectiveness that they've seen, there are some wonderful stories that are going to be shared out there. Now, I like telling stories, but sometimes stories tend to be to dribble me because there's so much to say. So sometimes you have to try and narrow down a story. So I'm going to tell you that when I said earlier on that I'm the teacher today, I only said that because I'm actually now going to call upon one of my students. And what makes him one of my students is that a couple of years ago, when I was already in teaching mode, he decided to go and study. And when he decided to go and study, he decided to study something that was going to take a long time for it to be completed. And that's something called a PhD. Now, obviously, this is very important because these days people think they can go to some corner church and get themselves a doctorate, but this is an actual real doctorate. I am essentially his part-time supervisor, so I can tell you that this is a man who not only practices what he preaches, but he's also very deeply committed, not just to the education of others, but also to imparting what he has learned towards educating other people. He also, when he's not studying, and he has a side gig. His side gig also happens to be quite important, and that is the side gig of actually being the Chief Executive Officer of the National Education Collaboration Trust. And I think in his capacity as the CEO of the NEC team, he's going to be giving us a reflection on what has really been one of the more impactful models that has been put together in the country. It started all the way in July 2013, so he's about to turn 11 years old. And even though I've said he's about to turn 11 years old, when he gets on stage and you look at his head, you're going to think he looks a bit older than 11 years old. But for the purposes of today, he's only 11 years old. Dr. Godwin Kosa.
So certainly this teacher program director is playing with fire, because once I gave him a lift to his place, so I know where he lives. Good morning, everyone. Let me also greet the chair, of the board and the other trustees of the Kagiso Trust who are here, and thank the board and management for organizing this Indaba. I also just want to greet the CEO, the newly minted PhD. You're in trouble with me as well as the management of Kagiso Trust. And good morning once again to all of you, colleagues and friends. You may have seen the program, and it talks about, presenting on the state of education in the country in May, a few weeks before the elections. A very difficult one, isn't it? But secondly, if you ask the educationist to give you a sense of the state of education, they'll probably ask for like 3 years to go and look at what the state of education is. They'll most probably come back after the 3 years not agreeing on what the state of education is, because they've got different approaches, different views, they lean onto different research, and so on and so forth. But such is the environment in which we all work together, the quality of education. So I thought, instead of being the clever guy who says what the state of education is, I would rather frame what the state of education, what the assessment of the state of education should look like, provide some highlights within that framing, some insights and some alerts about the state of education. And of course, along the way, make some suggestions. And in so doing, I hope to help to provide a context within which these conversations will take place, and the basis, of course, for the conversations that have to take place beyond, this Indaba. I truly see this Indaba as a start of the conversations that we should have, going forward. Because, as the chair has suggested, transforming education takes time and is a very complex, phenomenon that we are involved in. So, I'll also just try to avoid giving you the simple, the statistics that people throw around. I'll throw some bit of the NECT, lessons, particularly, at the end. But if I wanted to be simplistic, honestly, I could be giving you, stats about matric pass rates, learners who can't read without meaning, that sort of thing. And I think the conversation just has to go beyond that, into how actually we work together towards improving, the quality of education going forward. So I then thought I would actually start by, suggesting that most of the time when we talk about the state of education, we of course talk about learner, outcomes. And my view is that the state of education is much more than just, talking about, learner outcomes. At least if you wanted to take the complexity of what we're dealing with, into account. So you'll see my little, diagram, which I've used before to assess what the state of education could be. The very first, level that we talk about often, it's the matric results, it's reading, it's numeracy, and mathematics. But very less often, we talk about how learners actually experience, education. And I want to suggest that in our assessment of the state of education, we've got to concern ourselves about how the learners actually experience education. So their welfare, their psychosocial support, their security, their nutrition, and so on and so forth. Next is how teachers actually teach. I think there's less focus on, the examination, assessment of how teachers teach and how they could be teaching better. Even though we all agree that, the quality of education is as good as the quality of the teachers. Oftentimes, we kind of, a gloss over that. There has been some, investigations into ITE, but I'm sure those investigations could be strengthened. particularly with what happens in basic education and in relation to continuing professional development, support and monitoring of teaching. The next, of course, that we often talk about, it's resourcing, but there's all sorts of resourcing that we talk about. Some we have control over, some only the state can, work around, whether it's school transport, infrastructure, books, learner-teacher ratios, and so forth. And all of that, I have grouped into a set of things that have to do with what happens at school level. But the state of education should be assessed beyond what just happens at school level. Of course, we'll see the results of what happens in the entire education system at the school level. However, there are other elements that are important in the assessment of the state of education, which are above the school system. And I chose to call those, system capacity and efficiency, aspects. They cover aspects such as policy. Post-2000, we were quite concerned about how the system was focusing too much on policy, and there was a corridor talk, mantra about enough about policy, we must focus on implementation. But I'm sure, 3 decades down the line, we know that policy is also not something that gets put on the side. We got to revisit policies, on an ongoing basis. There's obviously concerns about how policies get developed. The next is system efficiency. Many of us who work in the school level would not concern about ourselves about participation rate, dropout rates, grades and grades completion and so forth. The last and the least of concerns amongst many of us who work in that space is actually organizational efficiencies. So how the system level actually operates and the extent to which the system is configured and operates in a manner that can continually produce sustainable improvements at the school level. So this is about districts, this is about provincial operations, and this is about even national level operations. So there are some gray areas which I think going forward, the collective of collaborators may want to put a little more attention on. So having said that, having framed how I think we should look at the state of education, I want to, highlight some insights and comments and suggestions and opportunities and so forth. I would not try and go through all those levels and all the kind of data that is available on each of those. But let's start with the very learner, outcomes, level. So I have shown in my framework that often when we consider the state of education, we do temporal comparisons. So where were we, in what year, is it improving, is it going down, that sort of thing. So the big statistic that we all know is how many matrics have passed, this year. 82%, 62%, and then provinces are in a log, they talk about that and so on. And I want to argue that in those conversations, often we miss, the key points. So anyway, one of the, good indicators at matric level is bachelor passes. And we know that in 2012, we were about 24% of those who sat for matric actually got bachelor passes. Today, 40.9% of those who sit for matric, go for get bachelor passes. And if you look on the right, the number of those who sit on, for matric, has been in the increase, at least from 2017 to where we are now, even though there's been a slight drop in 2023. And I'm going to comment about that because, it's an area that as a country, I think we need to look at. But look at the learners that take mathematics literacy and pure maths, and look at the widening gap, particularly around 2021, which somewhat narrowed in 2023. So if that narrowing was to continue, I think it would be a good story, to tell going forward. But if it's going to widen, or if it's narrowing only for 1 year, it should be a worrying, issue. Look at the graph on the bottom, left, which actually disaggregate the number of learners who are passing by race. So you can see where, passing mathematics, by the way, you can see where the black people are. You can see how many black people are actually passing mathematics above 60%. That green bar, compared to the number of white people, and of course, colored people who pass a mathematics above 60. There is still a big, big, big challenge with equity across, races. That's what that tells us. If you look on the right-hand side, the bottom right, I want to focus you on the number of learners who pass with an 80%. Even though the number of learners that are passing with 30% will go up and down and this thing, that number of learners that pass with 80% and above, it's so resistant. Can you see the friction? So I think that's where, part of the challenge, lies 30 years down the line from a democracy. We have the same phenomenon with learners that are passing above 60%, that yellow. You can see it has moved between 12 and 16%. Not bad, but that gives us a profile of the kind of challenges that we still face and we need to deal with. But it's not all doom and gloom, You've seen some of these numbers going up. I think the question here is, how do we consolidate and start to drive a sustainable excellence agenda? Note sustainable. So it mustn't be excellent just for a couple of years. It should be a sustainable, excellent agenda into the future. So, maths participation, the 4 provinces that are actually providing large numbers of those who do maths: KwaZulu-Natal, Limpopo, Eastern Cape, and Gauteng. The others, the numbers are low, as you can see, and this is in looking for opportunities. So if you look at that graph, I would say the opportunities actually for turning things around are in those provinces that are presenting the large number of matriculants. If you look on the right, an interesting perspective. Again, those provinces organized into how many, the proportion of matriculants that they present. Look at the percentage of learners in Limpopo who do mathematics, pure maths, 47.5%. Look at the percentage of learners who do pure mathematics in the Northern Cape, 21%. I think that adds to the description of the profile of the challenges that we have. I don't believe that only 21% of learners in the Northern Cape should be doing pure maths. And in fact, I don't believe that 47.5% is all what Limpopo can do in terms of involving learners that do mathematics. This must be seen as opportunities. This profiling should actually give us a sense of where we could be putting more of our effort going forward to take this country forward. The last graph on the right gives you a sense of how the movements from 2002 teams to where we are, and you can see where the peak of the performance, the median, is moving to the right. So I think that's good. It's a good story. It tells us that these things are happening. The question is, how would we as collaborators actually come to the party to help move that graph to the right as quickly as possible, right? This slide I could have replaced by, what's the going saying? 80% of learners can't read for meaning. But I think we've got to go beyond that. And I've borrowed a lot of this. I've borrowed all the slides because I didn't want to take 3 years like educationists do. But I just thought, some insights and some positive things and some, statistics that tell us how deep or the problem is, the challenge is, and how we can look at that. I particularly like that graph on the first graph on the left, which shows how our learner, competence across grades 3, 6, and 9 overlap. So if we're doing any work in the schools on reading, we should know that there is a grade 3 learner who will do better in reading than a grade 9 still. Can you see that? So I think this is like the level at which we should consider the data in order to get into the collaboration space. Good story about girls, both in mathematics and languages that are doing better. You can see that the overlap, in fact, mathematics, back to the first graph, you can see that in mathematics, the performance is slightly to the right, of the center compared to reading. But nevertheless, still challenges there. So some highlights on educational experience, of learners, and of course, these are slides that we borrowed from DBE, from the DBE website as it is. The first slide gives you a sense of the percentage of learners who experience corporal punishment. You've seen videos that go around learners hitting teachers, isn't it? And they live in the same classroom. Violence happen in the same classroom. And I think, we have seen a reduction of such, over the years, but those violent, incidences are still there. Percentages of learners in public schools who benefit from the nutrition program, there too a good story, generally across the country, but it shows you where, improvements can be made. So in terms, and also violence, which has been going down in schools. So in terms of how learners actually experience schooling and education, which goes beyond maths and science and languages. This is the context within which these 13 million young people find themselves for a number of hours in a given year. That, I think, exposes some possibilities. There's lots of statistics that I don't have time to go through here, but if you went to the right, a graph, you can see how the number of, completion rate is improving, right? So the 19 and 21 completing, grade 12, that has been going up. And the 19 and 21 that's still in school, you can see that's going down. And I think that's the kind of trends that we want to see. And you can look at the others. But the one that I want us to look at, because I think it presents a challenge for South Africans, it's in the reputation, the grade reputation. Can you see the peak that starts from grade 9? Can you see it goes up at 10? That says something. In fact, when we talk about pass rates, we should take that into account. There is a speed hump. There is a speed hump, and I think the speed hump is largely a factor of how much pressure we put on schools to pass young people at matric. So what do? You speed hump, people. You start gaming this system, and I think it's a conversation that the nation needs to have about how we release schools to focus on educating our kids, including not putting them in camps for months before they go and write exams, and make sure that they use the available time for teaching and learning to educate these people. That's why many of these young people who pass and go to university would actually drop out in the first few months of the academic year in universities. I think these are some of the conversations that we want to have. I'm just highlighting this just to give examples, and I did say earlier on that we tend to focus a little more on, a little less on, how teachers teach and how, teaching happens and so on. The NECT with 10 universities is actually initiated a study that seeks to understand how learning and teaching actually happens in classrooms. So that slide actually is a product of a pilot that was carried out in about 40 schools across the country, involving over 900 teachers, observing how they teach. And I found it very interesting, to see statistics from this pilot, some of which suggest that just the basic structure of how we teach, how we organize teaching, how you start a lesson, how you go into a lesson, and how you tie it, together. I have been in many conversations about, continuing professional development. This is something that we're not paying enough attention on. We now are going into a full implementation of the program, and we hope that this actually will give us a better sense of what exactly happens in the classroom in relation to teaching and teachers driving the teaching and learning processes, which we believe will help to maintain. That's a continuation of some of those, findings. But there's also a concern about how quickly we're producing, teachers, for the education system. And I know that the jury is still out. Some academics who think that, some production statistics have not been taken into account. But what stands as a piece of truth is how prepared our teachers are when they get into our schools. As an area that some of us who work in this space could be looking at as an area of collaboration. So this is my conclusion, if you were getting worried, Mr. Program Director. I'm moving towards my conclusion. By my conclusion, may as well take 20 minutes. Okay. Yes. Before you start dancing, I took some time, I looked at the number of, businesses that have sites, delivery sites in the country. And I found it interesting that the largest of the businesses that would have, many sites would have as much as like 10,000, sites, and these are retail shops. The largest bank would have 1,250 branches. And I don't know if you knew that there's only 900 KFCs, in the country. We have just under 25,000 schools. All of these would actually drive their businesses through their regions and so on. I have never seen anybody from KFC head office running from one school to the other, or trying to improve each of the outlets, in spite of the fact that there are only 900. And I find it interesting that in education, it's actually very easy to start a business of moving from one school to the other, trying to improve each school at a go. So I'm challenging the sense. And I think in the past 30 years, we haven't done enough to actually bring the districts in the business of improving schools. And that's why, I put across what I call the case for districts. So at the NECT, from 2021, 2022, we agreed with DBE to go to, initially we wanted to go to 30 districts out of the 75, to go and find out how the districts are actually planning to improve teaching and learning of mathematics and numeracy, the things that we do, including teacher development and so on and so forth. Ultimately, HEADCOM, is the heads of departments in provinces, agreed to, us going to about 52 districts. We've now gone to about 40 districts. And we get a sense of actually what happens in districts in relation to improving learning and teaching. The first thing that we all know is that all of us actually just bypass districts and straight. We go into the schools, we do our business out, and that sort of thing. The logic, it's just not sustainable. And in fact, we're doing it in a manner that the education system and the government system doesn't work like. And hence this case for district. But even more, so since the district policy was established not established, what is it? The district policy was promulgated, enunciated, whatever the concept is, in 2013. I think that gave the districts a different status in education. But there is, we argue, still a vacuum in as far as a district discourse and bringing districts to the center of education improvement. Anyway, literature suggests what else districts could be doing over and above what's in the policy, including actually drawing districts to the center of instructional leadership and building the necessary confidence within districts for them to start feeding up instead of just receiving what comes from national and provincial, but feeding up insights about how to improve schools. We don't have time to go through that. But the conclusion that we've gotten to, after going through in excess of 30 of those profiles that we have processed at the NECT, it's very clear that we, at this point in South Africa, we need a district discourse that will bring them to the center of a education improvement. But for districts to do that, we think there are a range of things that have to be improved in as far as how districts actually operate. The first category of those is just sorting out, in some districts, what are simply hygiene issues. Proper daily planning, meetings, reporting, minutes, follow-up, and so on. Some districts do very well on those sorts of things. Others do very badly. But they are basic things that actually, if they are not in place, you'll never ever see excellence in our lifetime. The second category of issues that we think districts have to be assisted in helping, it's strengthening their operational planning, implementation, monitoring, and feedback. There's many of the district operational plans which actually require a lot of educational strengthening. There's a number of them that require strengthening of the district operational plans with the plans, the provincial plans, and the national policies. When a strategy on reading is published, issued out by the provincial level, it's got to be processed into practical things that districts have to do on a daily basis, on a weekly basis, on a monthly basis. And we think that that part of the districts require strengthening. The last part is has to do with like higher order systemic aspects, defining a district discourse, defining what a district excellence would look like. And we think it's only if you have that discourse which will create a basis of the core of professionals at the district level who will drive policy implementation, the monitoring of schools, and feedback into the system continuously. So I wouldn't have the time in the 21 seconds that are left to go into the integrated district improvement program that the NECT has put together, of course with the DBE and some partners, and is rolling out in the provinces. But perhaps the last word to say is that I don't think that the way forward is to create a parallel system. I think the way forward is to try and strengthen the system that we have, which is set up to deliver, monitor, deliver, education in schools, monitor schools, feedback on what happens in schools, and that is the districts. So, Chair, Program Director, let me leave it there before you start dancing, and I hope that that will contribute to creating a context within which the conversations will be taken forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kosa, for that rather sobering reflection on the state of education in South Africa. And usually, when people talk about the state of the nation and the state of anything, they tend to be very, very straitjacket, and then they don't move around, and then they speak. But this man is so fluid in explaining what the state of the nation is. It's simply because he understands it much better than I ever will. So thank you very much for that rather important reflection. We're now going to look at some of the more innovative models that have been developed over the many couple of years that we've been trying to find a solution to the South African education system, to tailor it to be more responsive to the type of issues that we are trying to address. Now, over the next hour or so, we're going to go through 3 such models. And the reason I'm saying over the next hour or so is that it's a hint to my 3 presenters that you only have 20 minutes to be able to pitch to us why this is the model that we should all be reflecting on and say, actually, this is how you fix a country in a 30-year period so that in the next 30 years, its generation of young people stand a much better chance of actually thriving. Our first presentation is, of course, from the Kagiso Trust itself, and I think most of you will know exactly why the Kagiso Trust could not be left out of a conversation of this nature, because of the intersectional and very fundamental work that they've done in the education space. And who's going to talk us through it? Well, it is the engine room of the entity itself, the Chief Operating Officer, Themba Moller.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I think let me save myself the grave of acknowledging individuals and rather say all protocol observed. It works better. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I will be taking you through the model that we have designed at Kagiso Trust. If somebody can help me to... Yes. This model, I would like to refer to it as a fortified model because it took 2 organizations who themselves have been extensively involved in education to come up with it. So, oops. Okay. Can someone come and help me?
It's the green button, but we have the wrong presentation.
Okay.
Just give us 1 second.
Okay. Right. My presentation is really going to talk about what we wanted to achieve at inception, a little bit about the theory of change, break it into statements because it's a very comprehensive program, and what we regarded as challenges in the pipeline and using the district whole school development model to resolve them. I will do a little bit of reflection around the Free State, which is really where we implemented the most part of the model, and maybe a little bit of Limpopo in terms of what has been the achievements, and talk to the sustainability roadmap, lessons learned, and challenges. Like I mentioned, this is a collaboration between 2 organizations that were involved, which are involved in education. We wanted to deliver a school development model which is aimed at transforming public education based on a district-by-district approach across South Africa. I mean, that is really what our ambition entailed. We wanted to test, develop a transformational model that can be replicable throughout the country. Whether we have achieved that, maybe that's a discussion that we can explore today. We had a timeline of implementation, and this timeline is really broken into two because the first 5 years was a partnership with the department, and in the remaining 3 years, we were joined by the First Rand Foundation. And I think this is an important part to note because it means this model does allow collaboration with the private sector and with a government. And we think it's an important issue that we should consider. The model is meant to make a significant systemic influence and change in the delivery of and management of education. I mean, there are a lot of intervention in education, and I think the issue has always been to what extent can this intervention be monitored for the efficiency. This is the theory of change presented pictorially, but I think it's better if I break it down into the change statements that we wanted to make with the whole school development model. As I said, it's quite a comprehensive program, so the theory of change needs to look at the level of partnership, and we're saying that the partnership that we want to establish must have a positive influence in the delivery of education and leverage on the comparative advantage of the partnership department and also ourselves as the partnership in the program. The previous speaker spoke about the district. We regard this district very central to our implementation, and we work on a regular basis with the district to make sure that there is efficient and effective systems in place that allows resource allocations, professional development and support for educators and in schools, and making sure that there is excellence in terms of performance driven by the district. I think that's really the point we're trying to emphasize. At the school level, well-managed, resourced schools with effective leadership, with requisite systems and infrastructure. So the program, as you will have observed, running over a period of years, these are the elements that we would continuously work with the educator, as it was mentioned, to make sure that we introduce programs that increase their skills and knowledge, resource utilization. And really the center of this effort is making sure that the learner is able to demonstrate an age-appropriate cognitive capability and confidence. That's really what we ultimately want to see happen in the system. When we were talking about the whole school development, district whole school development model, we really appreciated how the pipeline works and the exit grades within the pipeline. And therefore, our intention of coming up with this approach was really to de-emphasize the attention that is normally given to grade 12, and without appreciating that there is a cumulative build of competence of learners. And unless that happens right through the pipeline, then you have a problem. You have a problem that was mentioned by the previous speaker, that suddenly learners find themselves in grade 12. There's a lot of pressure expecting them to perform different, whereas they are coming up with a cumulative history of challenges. Oops. I wanted to talk about yes. Now, this is how the district whole school development model looks like. And the reason why it is been structured the manner we have done it, it's because of, after we have sorted out the contractual agreements with department, agreed on a jurisdiction, normally we choose districts that are big but underperforming, mainly in rural setup, as it happened in the Free State. Our entry point is a conversation really with respective schools. And this is not with all the schools, but with every school that is participating in the program. And this conversation is called Transformational and Empowerment Workshop. It's a conversation that is really trying to make the stakeholders within the schooling setup to appreciate what is their challenge or challenges and agree on a process in resolving those challenges. It's really a frank conversation. Normally people would prefer to blame the system and anything external of themselves without saying, but what is it that I should take responsibility for as a stakeholder in the education system? So this instance allows that conversation so that coming out of that conversation, then we can agree on things that can be prioritized, looking at leadership development extensively, looking at different leadership capacities that exist within the schooling system, from the learners up to educators into structures that exist within the school. Curriculum development, again, extensive focus into it. And also social development, because it's not just about curriculum as mentioned previously, it's also about a whole spectrum of social challenges that the school is confronted with on a regular basis. And also community mobilization. And this is quite important for us because we also deal with infrastructure. We establish infrastructure in various schools. Unless you deal with community mobilization and make sure that the infrastructure established is owned by communities around the school, you have a challenge. And we can confidently say most of the infrastructures that we have established, built and invested with millions are remaining standing up to today because of this community mobilization process. Basic infrastructure, we work in rural areas or rural schools. Most of them lack basic infrastructure. There's a lot of investment made in making sure that the basic infrastructure is addressed, classrooms and other challenges. Incentive infrastructure, we felt that we should not just provide all infrastructure freely to the school, but we should at least make the incentive infrastructure to be almost competitive. What we mean by that is that we'll provide the basic infrastructure, but then say, as a school, how do we improve your performance? On the basis of that improvement, which we benchmark and agree with respective schools, then provide the incentive infrastructure. So the incentive infrastructure is almost like a reward or incentive, as we are calling it. We are quite keen on sustainability, and our sustainability is on the basis that from inception, when the program is being implemented, we partner with the district. So this is not a program that parachutes into the school, but because of we have had discussions with the province, including the district earmarked, the province is able to designate officials who will work with us throughout the implementation. So that's why sustainability is quite important for us. It doesn't come at the end of implementation. Right from inception, there is a joint implementation with officials in the district and in respective schools. ICT, initially when we started the program many years ago, before COVID, it was an isolated infrastructure. But following the COVID, it's quite an integral part of our implementation because of you cannot do most of these things unless there is an ICT competence within the schooling system. I'm not going to really talk to these. These were just more meant to demonstrate the impact made over the years in the Free State in particular on different infrastructures, capabilities at the level of the learners, at the level of the educators that we managed to establish and build over time. Obviously, you will have heard about the consistent improvement in results. And what is interesting about these results is that in districts where we are working, there is a similar improvement. So in the Free State, we worked in Muteo, and we also worked in Fezile Dabi. If you compare the performance of those districts, they have continuously and significantly improved. And I know the benchmark of matric is always problematic because the question is, what about other grades that are in the system? We recently got involved in Limpopo. This is the part that is quite important for us in terms of our implementation. The systems leadership, and I spoke about the district leadership, the subject advisors, and the SMT, which really have to be assisted with the systems and the frameworks that we introduce in our implementation. And some of these are quite familiar. You could be familiar with them, which we deal with on a continuous basis. And the empowerment and resourcing. Some of these programs that we are implementing, it's important to mention that we do leave capacity at district. For example, the facilitation of the transformation workshops. Some of the district officials are taught on how to facilitate these planning workshops, so that when we leave, there is a competence that is left behind, including the information technology, as I mentioned, which is cross-cutting, and making sure that the process of decision-making, there is joint accountability across the system, and an important element, the monitoring and evaluation of implementation. Lessons learned. Obviously, the program that we're implementing really it's about how we improve learner outcomes and making sure that teaching and learning happens effectively within the schooling system. There's efficient management that we build over time. It's not necessarily inside, not outside. What we mean here is that the responsibility of sustaining the program should not be driven by us as an external agent, but we should make sure that there are systems owners within the system that takes the responsibility on how the program is going to run. And accountability is all the stakeholders within the schooling system take responsibility of that. One of the things that we tried to do and succeeded was to make sure that when we implement the program, it is almost linked with what the department is doing, so that it's not a KT program, but it becomes part of the integral programs that the department is implementing. That is quite important, especially if you have to deal about issues of change management, because then you have a system that is responsive to what you are implementing, using different capabilities, data management to arrive at solutions. And this is a process that we use to build the capacity within the schools. Challenges. We think these challenges are persistent. I mean, one of the things that we had to confront with when we started with the program was that our programs are self-funded, but we approached the department to say, can we partner? And these legislative restrictions that I'm referring to was how efficiently can we partner with government and deal with the PFMA issues. It was not an easy process. Curriculum trimming and school rotation, the impact of COVID, we don't think we have fully recovered. So whatever comprehensive program that it should be implemented should really appreciate this impact and see to what extent can it be effectively addressed. I already mentioned this, that there is a lot of focus, even in terms of resources. When you look at how much investment is being made, a lot of resources is being shifted at high schools. We think it must be across the pipeline, because that's the only way you can ensure successful implementation. Learner dropout is still a concern, and we need to find ways to resolve it. Social ills, as already mentioned, I mean, teachers are not necessarily trained to deal with these issues. And how can we integrate in our program efforts that are really acknowledging that these are challenges? so that when they confront the classroom, our teachers are prepared to deal with them effectively. The ICT infrastructure and resources remains a challenge in the rural setup. And recently we have looked at what are the alternatives. Working with other entities, we are looking at TV-wide space, which is an infrastructure ICT solution that is being implemented, and also using satellite to make sure that people access internet. I think, thank you very much. This was more briefly about the model. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Temba. Thank you very much. And I think you even left enough space for me to dance, even if there was no need for me to do so. So I think the reflections on what Kagiso has done, particularly in the Free State community, is definitely the type of template that leaves even people who've never heard about it remarkably impressed and very proud of just what happens when collaboration and actually partnerships are put together for the greater good. Speaking about collaboration and partnerships, the next presentation is going to come from an organization that is just like the NACT, just 11 years old, and was also really created out of a need to actually harness the different skills that existed throughout the ecosystem to actually then start saying, let us do it better, let us do it together. And to take us through what has happened in that organization since then, we are joined on stage by Desmond Lesejane, who is an education change specialist at Pillow.
Thank you, Dade Stolle, for the opportunity. And let me also note that all protocol observed. Yeah, I'm being set up for TV coverage, I don't know when. But I want to appreciate the opportunity we get from PILO, and PILO stands for the Program to Improve Learning Outcomes. I stand here on behalf of Professor Henry Metcalf, who is our CEO. I was not orientated on how this thing works, so. See, it went to the other ones. I'm watching here, but it's also, this not my, which one? Oh, so we at Kilo, as Kaya said, we about 11 years old now, and we want to share a model that comes from that time, as per the program request. Now, my time is moving, but my slides are not moving, so I'm going to be, green button again, I'm doing that. It exposes my, now somebody should come up and assist me as we do this thing. Well, just to say that PILO, as I think the CEO said and Dr. Koza said, and Kaya also mentioned that a bit, was founded in a context at a time when everybody was worried about learning outcomes in the country, in a context of massive investments in trying to improve education. And the amount of resources that were seemingly not taking us where we're supposed to go. Or there's a better green. And when it was founded, we needed to address those things that, or at least we were set up to say, how do we then contribute towards addressing those challenges that we face in the system in a manner that enables us to have equity, to deal with inequalities, to open access to education, and to allow a lot of privileged disadvantaged learners and schools in the system to perform better. And we did a few, the design was meant to do a few things. Among them, to focus, we said, let's focus on impactful learning impact on learning outcomes, so that all learners who go through the system come out better prepared for the world ahead of them, and we were mandated to implement a program that can be scalable and replicable, that doesn't pick and choose selected pockets and create excellence amidst a sea of disarray and poverty. We also considered the issue of affordability. That don't understand the constraints even 11 years ago, 12 years ago of the system. It's even worse today to say, how do you design a program that's not going to want extra resources that are not available in the system? We also said it's important for us to be able to, Dr. Koza talked about not run parallel systems, that locating responsibility for what needs to be done inside the system with people who are functionally there to do so. And we understood that there's also need to undertake a change program in the beginning so that when you bring these changes, they are managed and adapted by the system. Primary, a key feature of our work was that we also were mandated, part of mandate was that we needed to make sure that the programs that we innovate, that we implement, will stay in the system when our time is up. They will stick. We call it embedding in some ways, that the system itself will be orientated towards those functions. Now, I'm going to share a bit about what the model entails, looks like. I've got only 4 slides. This is the second one. But we're focusing on what we call an instructional core, where teaching and learning must take place. Because we believe that if there's going to be any improvement in the system, that's where it must happen. All the other important functions and aspects of the system that Dr. Koza talked about are important and critical, but their primary responsibility is to make sure that that core, that teacher, learner, content triangle actually functions. That's where teaching and learning happens. If we take that out, there's no system. And then we're saying that it is important for us to understand that learning happens in the classroom, nowhere else, and that's a primary center. We know today we can be talking about more innovations around these spaces. And I'm going to run through this as my time is moving fast, to say as we do focus on the teaching and learning in the classroom, the content of what is being taught is important. So is what the learner learns in that space, and so is what the intersection between those spaces are able to give us. But it is more than just one shoe fits all. We understand that learning and teaching in any classroom actually deals with different types of learners at different levels, and therefore it must be differentiated. The teacher is important. Someone mentioned a lot that without the teacher at the center, in the professional development will continue to struggle in terms of the practices that they employ and they do that. And we're happy that NECT is zooming into that space to better understand where things are at. And this requires reflections and monitoring on a daily basis. This, by the way, is a model that we are imparting on the system, and I'm going to run through. But outside the classroom system, there are other levels. One is outside the classroom in the school, that's what we call the SMTs. These are people who are tasked with maintaining efficiency, making sure that the school functions well. But we believe that they also have a responsibility for teaching and learning in that sense. And it is part of our responsibility to make sure that the core of what the system exists for is actually sustained and maintained. And we do a lot of work in that space around those issues, how best to get them, with different people being a different role in that setup. Outside the school system, we have where we look at what the district then offers in terms of supporting the school system. And in particular, we focus on looking at what the possibilities of how schools and teachers can come together outside the particular school system to offer what people call PLCs and find ways of improving their own professional development and assisting each other in a context, as you have mentioned, of severe shortages, for instance, around subject advisors and the likes. But outside the schooling system and the PLCs come the district. People have made it a point that the districts are a critical lever And that's been that true for us, as Pilo from the onset, that districts are a critical lever on engaging supporting the school system and making sure that these improvements do take place. They are critical, but we also know there are constraints. They have no authority, they have no resources, they've got no political power, but they are the managers of the schools. They are the clearest, closest representative of the system in front of the schooling system. Principals report to them. And it is important for us in that sense as well that when you talk about district and as a leverage of improvement, you talk in that context of knowing that the first support that schools get come from districts. And therefore, it has been important for us in our work to identify particular officials in the system to work with and support in that space. One, subject advisors who help with content management and development in the schools. Second, managers who are the principals in a sense of schools, who on a daily basis ensure that everything that needs to happen, functionality, curriculum, but we have over the years been saying that they also must see themselves as curriculum leaders, not just as general managers who run around and make sure that infrastructure is there, that other functionality purposes are taking place. And we believe that these things need to happen in a manner that sustains a lot of things. A bit of what we have done and where we come from, in KZN we ran what we call a Jigimfundo campaign, largely supported by the NECT, and remain eternally grateful over the past 10 years. They've been a major fan of that program. And this is where our biggest learnings that I'm sharing here today will be coming from, including the aspect of embedding. We worked in Northern Cape in the early days, supported by what was new money from the mines there. It lasted for about 2 years, and we're still trying to find our way back there. And I know we've been talking with Karis also about that possibility. In Gauteng, we ran what we call Kariambe program, which focused on the GT phase, again, training SMTs to deliver this model that we've shared above around improving curriculum management and delivery. And this was an innovation in the sense that the advisors in Gauteng actually were set up, trained to do the training. And it's a model that we integrated into our work beyond that. In the Free State, colleague, we partnered a bit with Kagiso Shanduga Trust, the program in Muteo and Fezile Dabi, and pointing some of the things that we're doing with SMTs and a bit of leadership work in that space, which was a very fruitful collaboration while the program lasted. And we're still maintaining relationships with colleagues in the Free State, in the two districts in particular, because of the great impact that work has done. We are now also begun working. COVID disturbed a bit the processes, but in Mpumalanga, in what we call Suma, Dr. Simlani is leading that program at national level, where we are testing. The idea is to test the pillar model, test in a way that it's getting used by a third party in Mpumalanga, but it's focusing on numeracy and literacy in the foundation phase, and processes around unfolding that are ongoing. Mary is actually in a meeting towards unblocking that process as we speak. But it is there, and our partners are supporting us to tour and mentoring. All along these spaces, there's a lot of other key partners who've been working with us in conceptualizing, thinking, in getting the thing off the ground, like Zenexa here. I see Gail here. I didn't notice, and Chet, and I see James. We've also been able to take lessons that we gathered from that model implementation KZN into a national space, where we worked with DBE to create a model that sought to how do we recover lost learning and teaching time over COVID, but also how do we do it in a way that also acknowledges that COVID was not the only cause of learning loss in the system. There are other things that happen regularly, like for instance, you have strikes in the communities, you have load shedding that affect teaching and learning. How do we create a system that supports? A lot of what went into that LP process and documentation emanated from the lessons that we have learned from KZN and those other spaces. Just as a reminder that the work that we did in those spaces covered SMT training to improve efficiency of the instructional core delivery at that level. We focus on second managers because they are the nearest, they are supervisors of schools, and it's important that they take more responsibility in leading curriculum management and delivery, but also that they are better placed to support and ensure that there's accountability on what is monitoring and support what needs to happen. Again, we said district, part of setting them up is beyond district officials that I mentioned here, is that we look at district directors, for instance, the management committee team as a functional team, to say they too have a responsibility to play in assisting the system to function more efficiently, especially the system to function more efficiently in as far as its mandate of improving the instructional core is concerned. And we've run a number of leadership sessions. And primarily we do this because we believe that the leadership systems needs to be assisted to embrace change, to see them as change leaders, as change managers, to create conditions for their adaptation and inclusion of this program that you're talking about, but also to ensure that when the sustainability that I talked about, embedding and stickiness, it will not happen if the leadership itself does not own, does not lead, does not see the need for improving and maintaining that change happen. I'm going to share a bit about what we are learning. And again, because of time constraints, I've limited myself to some of the recent work that has come to us, that has happened. We've had a 2-year process led by JET Education Services. We evaluated, in KZN in particular, the work that we did and tried to understand if indeed some of this work is sticking in the system. Is it being taken up? It's making a difference. And again, our first summary, I should volunteer, I don't know if we haven't done it, that we share some of the findings for people to read a bit later on. But just to say, out of that finding, a few lessons have come up. One is that JET compared the model and the design that we have with international standards and come out and said that the kilo model of implementation actually meets international standards, except that we did not focus a lot on pedagogical content development. Just out of 5 standards that are used, 4 of them were found to be consistent with international best case models. We've learned over the years that what we call the language of change and the language of focusing on instructional core has been adopted by the system. That everybody, when they talk over the years, has been to say we need to focus. They talk about the urgency, that is imperative. It's not something that you can wait and do next year. We need to start now and saying, how do we do things that ensure that we break inequalities and we create better access? The language of change around curriculum instruction has been increasing at all levels of the system. You talk from the HOD or the MEC to the principal and a teacher in a lower, in grade 1, for instance. They'll talk about the same things. They're talking language that is say, despite the constraints that we have some agency, ourselves, professional agency, that can make a difference even in this context. We've received reports in the findings of the evaluation that everybody acknowledges that has improved collaboration among different sub-directories in the system. They work better in the power. When we started, everybody was saying we work in silos, nobody knows what everybody else is doing. It's not yet there, but there's marked improvement in people collaborating. And also people breaking the silos, also people reflecting on practice. So there's ongoing talk about what is happening in the classroom, what's happening around teaching and learning, and people are now more free to share even their weaknesses and the experiences of things that are working well without fear of being looked on as being watched by a policeman. There's a report, the evaluation says officials and teachers, different levels, report that there's a market shift from what they call a command and control attitude and practice system, where those on top instruct and orders others to do, but rather we're moving into a more collaborative and mutual respect situation, where even when somebody, for instance, you have not covered the curriculum as it is supposed to be, you are not afraid of sharing and saying, I didn't cover this because there were these challenges, and you know that you get support from your supervisors to assist you in going forward in that space. we have also learned the importance that along the way, that whatever interventions that were developed and designs were developed in collaboration with officials at whatever level that we're operating at, be it province, in districts, so that they know what we're doing, they make fit into the process, and they contribute towards in that space. There's a lot of tools that emerge from the programs, but we also work with a paradigm that says tools are not rules. They are not like the Bible, Muruti, so they can be adapted and used flexibly. So when they're out there, schools, districts, provinces have the liberty to adapt them for their own uses. So that you don't often even find pilot tools out in the system, but you find principles that are behind those tools that are being used a lot. I said that collaboration has improved, but there's also a note that emerged from evaluation that as much as people across levels are working together, when you go through different levels, there are tensions and challenges because the system still makes different demands without talking to the different levels onto the system. So you plan a workshop, and you can see an easy example, in a district, and tomorrow they get a letter from DBE that the DG is coming and everything must stop so that they attend with the DG. And it creates confusion in the system. I think this should be the last one, which is a big one, and I don't have time to go into that. And one of the focus that you had was evidence as part of the necessary conditions for making decisions. Is taking up a bit, I think Dr. Koza talked about that a bit, to say people increasingly identifying data, in particular what comes from SASM through Triple D, what comes from exams, and they analyze and reflect and use it to make decisions about what and how to support. And thank you, Program Director.
Master of timing. Thank you. Thank you very much. See, I think the idea of me dancing has horrified every single speaker. No one is giving me an opportunity to do so, which is fine. I'm sure I can do a TikTok and just play it on during the break. Now, there's one thing that is also quite important is that there's a lot of people who were not privileged enough to be here, and people who didn't win the lottery in life. And there's nothing wrong with making them feel jealous. And how you can make them feel jealous is that if you're tweeting, if you're posting pictures, please make sure that you put the hashtag, it's Education Indaba 2024. So there's nothing wrong with people being made to feel jealous because let's face it, they are missing out. They should be here and they are not. So please do that. There will also be a sharing of all the presentations that you've seen. So if you want to come and reflect on some of the numbers from the NACT's presentation, for example, we'll be able to share those later on today, and obviously we're going to use probably the same emails that you used to RSVP for today. So don't despair, we are going to be sharing all of these insights. I'm now going to call upon the stage someone who should have won an Oscar, but unfortunately we did not submit the film on time for it to be considered. And the reason she should have won an Oscar is because last year there was a documentary that was done about how a particular organization had actually done a lot of work over a 10-year period. And when we said, well, who should we put in the documentary? They're like, well, one of the people who's been observing and who's partners with us for a very long time is the Chief Executive Officer of the Xenex Foundation. So the one thing that obviously she hadn't done throughout her time as the CEO of the Xenex Foundation is that she hadn't actually gone to Hollywood. And we said, well, we're going to bring Hollywood to her. So she's actually a star of the NACT documentary that we published last year, and her name is Gail Campbell.
Thank you, Program Director. Thank you, Net, for making me a star, I believe. And hopefully we don't end up dancing people to tea. Let's keep to time, okay? So thank you to Kagiso Trust for organizing this event. If we think about where we are 2 weeks before elections, it's such an important time to just step back and reflect and think about the priorities going forward. I had a lot of debate with myself about how to approach what I would say today. Do I talk about some projects that Xenex has been involved in? Do I talk about some of the evaluations and the evidence that's been built up? And I thought, no, let me rather think about from that evidence, from the experience, and from working with so many partners who are in the room, let me share what we think should be the strategic focus areas that should lead us into the next administration. So that's the what. And then focus a little bit on the how. Okay? And the theme is how can we engage more in stakeholder collaboration. So that's what I'm going to do today. Focus a little bit on the strategic areas that we think need to be addressed, and then secondly, focus on the how. Just two introductory remarks. Where does an organization like Xenex Foundation fit in? And I want to say there's such a range of stakeholders here, from government, from NGO, from business, civil society. Where organizations like Xenex fit in is in philanthropy. So I'm going to talk with that perspective of philanthropy, sometimes called funders, sometimes called donors, sometimes called grant makers, and looking at philanthropy as a stakeholder and how can we add value and contribute. The second introductory comment I want to make, at a time of election, there's always the temptation to focus on what's not working and what's wrong. And I want to just say at the outset, there's a lot that's in place already. We're not starting from ground zero. Many of us in the room have been working for many, many years in education. So let's bear that in mind. Now moving to the what. The big strategic area that we believe needs to be focused on is what we want to talk about as teaching in the classroom. There's an adage that says the quality of your education system rests on the quality of your teachers in the classroom. Okay. Focus on teaching in the classroom, but focus particularly on early learning and building the foundations of early learning. Now, Godwin, you showed us many slides of some of the issues in matric, you showed us some of the issues in grade 8 and 9, and we think about that as the backlogs that build up. You spoke to us about repetition, and globally, the research is pointing to if we have a strong foundation in the early years, we are not going to need to do so much catch-up and remediation in later years. So that's what I would like to argue. Focus on teaching in the classroom and particularly focus on the early grades. Now, when we talk about teaching in the classroom, we're talking about literacy and numeracy, and there's a body of evidence already about what works in terms of improving teaching in the classroom, from the point of how to develop training programs, from the point of the resources that are available through to how to support teachers in the classroom. But the second part of supporting teaching in the classroom is a focus on the pipeline, and that's on initial teacher training. Because when we focus on teaching in the classroom, we're dealing with the here and now. When we focus on initial teacher training, we're dealing with the pipeline of bringing new teachers into the system. So, having made the case about the classroom and foundational learning, I want to talk about the enabling environment that will make this happen. And the first is the curriculum. We have a sound curriculum with aspirational intent for early grades, but it makes an assumption. It makes an assumption that learners are coming into grade 1 with an access to quality ECD and from a home environment that enable them to have a language-rich environment with books. You can talk to any grade 1 teacher, and they'll talk about the difficulties they face in those first few months in teaching grade R. They're not able to get to the actual curriculum of grade R because they're already starting on a back foot and dealing with some of these backlogs that children bring into the classroom. So some real focus and review on the curriculum. Yes, it has aspirational intent, but can we think about a curriculum fit for purpose for our context? So the enabling environment needs a focus on curriculum. The second part of the enabling environment is resources. And it seems so obvious to say, for children to learn to read, they need books in their hands. And unfortunately, with the budget constraints, we're finding that it's impacting on what we're calling learning and teaching resources that go into the classroom, and particularly children having access to books. The third, and this is one of the most contentious issues in our discourse in education at the moment, and that's the language policy. Now, we have an enabling language policy that focuses on mother tongue education, but it's not been enacted. Now, I'm one of the privileged ones. I've been fortunate in my education to have had the opportunity to learn from grade 1 to grade 12 in my mother tongue, English. 80% of children don't have that privilege. What we find is there's a focus in the foundation phase of all children learning in mother tongue, but when you get to grade 4, 80% of children who speak an African language in the country then switch to English. And that is where some of our serious problems start and the buildup of learning backlogs going forward. I actually want to compliment the education department for now beginning to tackling this head on. But it needs all of us in the room to provide some support. Support at the level of advocacy, because we know there's a confusion around the role of English and the power of English in our everyday lives, and separate learning English as a language and using mother tongue to learn in all your content areas. It's going to need all our support and ongoing advocacy, and it's going to need support with the DBE when we look at rollout, on developing of bilingual resources, on training teachers on how to do that. The fourth area of the enabling environment is to look at capacity strengthening. We know that at all levels of the system, and Desmond mentioned that, there's issues of capacity. How can we do that? We can look at technical assistance. We can look at actually encouraging new blood going into government and the bureaucracy. And this is a perfect area for private-public partnerships and secondments. And then lastly, what the enabling environment needs is a culture of accountability, not a culture of compliance. And we have to be ready to have an open and honest conversation in education about what that accountability means. So I've moved to speak about the strategic focus, and then I've looked at what creates the enabling environment, and now I want to talk a little bit on how. The call is for stakeholder collaboration. It's a construct that we all talk about. I think if I would go to anyone's strategy, whether you're in government, whether you are a funder or a philanthropic organization, whether you are an NGO, somewhere in your strategy you're going to talk about collaboration. But what does that mean? in real terms. Okay? First, for philanthropy and for funders, a bit of holding the mirror to ourselves. Okay? And we need to think carefully about this notion of collaboration and do less of our own projects, to support our own agendas. And we have to be thinking about how we work more within the system with government. That's not to say there's no place for innovation. And yes, philanthropy and external funding play an important role in innovation because they have funding to take risk. But when we're thinking about innovation, we also have to be thinking about innovation with the view to going to scale. And when we're thinking about innovation, we must have evaluation behind that because we have to build the evidence around whether that innovation can work. And I think a useful construct to think about this is if we as funders can think about, let's have 10% allocation to innovation. That's not to say close off innovation. And 90% thinking about how we can work more collaboratively with governments and more systemically. And there's many models that have started, and we're beginning to codify how this model of working systemically with government works. The one is government's got to lead. Okay? Yes, we are a strategic partner, but it has to be led by government. Strategic partners of funders, strategic partners as NGOs, but government's got to lead. It's got to be embedded within government. It can't be a project that's going to last for 3 years and then we move away. And what do we mean by embedded in government? It must be delivered together with people that work in government. To make that practical, if we were working on training teachers, we have to be involving subject advisors. We have to be involving departmental heads particularly in the foundation phase. What does embedding also mean? It means it has to be part of the budget of government going forward. Okay? It means it has to be part of the performance plans of government officials going forward. And lastly, it needs to be part of the planning and the monitoring and the evaluation of what government goes forward. So hopefully I've stimulated some thinking around what we should focus on, teaching in the classroom, and creating that enabling environment for how that should happen. And secondly, how we can think about working more systemically, but also working collaboratively with government. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our Oscar winner, Gail Campbell from the Zenex Foundation. And of course, if some of you want to be considered, yes. It's not going to happen. The dancing has been put in abeyance up until now. So thank you very much for that. And I think obviously having listened to our first three reflections and also just the NECT conversation from Ella this morning, a lot of you are probably going to think, yo, I need to be able to sort of synthesize everything that I've heard. So guess what? You've earned the right to that synthesis because you're going to have a short tea break. And during that tea break, you can stretch your legs and obviously start thinking of the questions that we're going to be posing to each of our panelists later on today. The break is only for about 15 minutes, so if we could all be seated again at 11:30 so that we can carry on with the remaining presentations, that will be much appreciated. And until then, there's still the threat of me dancing, so please be back on time. Thank you. Welcome back, welcome back. I was tempted to dance, but obviously because everybody has behaved, I have not earned the license to torture you, so that dancing is not going to happen anytime soon. So hopefully you were able to stretch your legs during the break, and for those of you online, please note that you can still pose your questions using the Q&A tab, not the chat box, the Q&A tab. And of course, after all the presentations are done, we'll be able to reflect on some of your questions. So please do carry on putting those questions in. And also, if you're tweeting, remember, or Xing, I don't even know what the word Xing means. You mean, because it gives the impression that you're doing other things, like chopping things off, but apparently you have to say we're Xing now. The hashtag is Education Indaba 2024, so please do share some of your insights on that platform if you're in a position to do so. For those of you that follow Facebook, those of you that still follow Facebook, the Facebook page is Kagiso Trust. I haven't seen Facebook in many ages because once I was there and somebody on X said that Facebook is a village, and it kind of, hurt my feelings. So, but people are still there, I'm led to believe. And it's now Meta or whatever. There's so many things that are happening out there, so much confusion. But anyway, as long as the conversations flow, we are really, really, really keen to hear what everybody has got to share. Our next presentation is going to come from a man who's tall. And the reason that matters is that because this man is so tall, it means that his feet are quite far. And that means that he struggles to control them. So when he's on the dance floor, he's even worse than I am. I can tell you that for a fact. But of course, when he's not threatening to torture us with dancing, he does have a side hustle. His side hustle is to run Jet Education Services in his capacity as the Chief Executive Officer, James Kivi.
Thank you, Kaya, and good morning to everybody and also to the people online. I have this bad habit of preparing something and then not using it. So let me see how today goes. I just sat there and I was thinking, I agree so much with Gail and with Godwin and other things that were said. But maybe there's some things that have not been said, that I think also need to be put out there. So I love cycling, Kaya. I can cycle at least, even though I can't dance. And when I cycle in rural areas, the kids normally shout out to me, can you guess what they call me? Mzungu, okay, like far away, okay. But nowadays, they actually use a new name, okay. They call me Madala, okay. This is now really getting worrying, with all the grey. But being a Madala gives one a courage to speak truth to power, but it also allows one to build relationships and have strong relationships to be able to talk about things that are not always so easy to talk about. So let me start a little bit with the Bella Amendment Bill, which is now an act. The Portfolio Committee on Basic Education met on the 15th of May. It's like 2 days ago. Between the NHI and Bella, there's a lot happening, eh? And we're talking to politicians today, aren't we? We're not just talking to each other. So I got the Portfolio Committee minutes while I was sitting here. There's a subscription. I'm sure many of you are subscribed to it. Can I read a few extracts for you, just like 2 or 3, just as we get started around this? Okay, so the first thing that I picked up in the minutes that I got just now, and I'm just going to read it verbatim. There was a warning that the committee could open itself to legal challenges if rules were not followed closely. There was also concern about errors in the current version of the bill. This is 2 days ago, eh? Other members urged the colleagues to make a decision only after hearing from legal services, rather than preemptively deciding against adopting the report. Okay, now it starts getting interesting. So Dr. Boshoff, and I hope he's not listening, or maybe he is listening, raised the point regarding the language and admissions policy, specifically noting a change that was made in the draft bill. And Moses, you'll probably talk to this just now, and you can say, your side. But Dr. Boshoff raised this concern. He said there was a clause in the bill that said after consultation, and it was changed to in consultation. Now, those of us that work in the policy space would know this is a very big difference. After consultation means you talk to somebody and you say, yeah, let's talk about this, let's hear what we say, and then I'm going to go away and make up my mind. In consultation means we have to agree. So this is a fundamental change that was made. He actually mentions, Moses, one of your colleagues, I'm not going to say the name now. And he says, however it appears, this change was not included in the version of the bill approved by the National Council of Provinces. And so he seeks clarification. Now it gets a bit more interesting. So now an advocate, Swart appeals, and he's engaging now with the chairperson. He expresses his objection to what he perceived as bullying tactics by the chairperson towards the committee members. I'm reading verbatim, this is not my words. Unyieldingly, the chairperson refused to be intimidated. Rejecting Advocate Swart's attempts to assert authority over the meeting's proceedings, she then called for Advocate Swart to be removed from the meeting, citing his behavior as unacceptable. This is pretty interesting, eh? Now we're all watching Parliament nowadays. Okay. The chairperson reiterated her final ruling and Advocate Swart and asked Ms. Nodada not to bring up the matter again. However, Ms. Nodada insisted on addressing a point of order concerning the chairperson's conduct. And so it goes on. Now, that's just the last part. The chairperson inquired whether Advocate Swart had been removed from the meeting. Upon confirmation of his departure, she expressed gratitude and request to proceed with the meeting. Now, colleagues, if we're serious about education and changing education, this is not a great way of doing things. Okay, and this is not an indictment on the DBE, it's not an indictment on NGOs, it's not an indictment on the private sector. There's something we're doing in our sector that is not working. To consult for a couple of years on a bill that is as important as this, and to 2 days ago to have this happening, and of course for the bill to be passed, tells me, there's something happening here. We're not collaborating in a way, as Gail spoke just now, that is accountable and really holds truth to power. So let me get into, because I also need to talk about what I prepared, but I'm going to feed into that. So let me touch base from where Godwin ended. So Godwin, I'm going to use the KFC example from now. I like it, okay. Districts matter. Okay, so let's get into the educational stuff. I gave you a bit of a sense of the politics. Let me come back to the educational stuff. I think there's something really important about the NECT and districts that can make a massive difference. So let's talk to our politicians now. If they want to fight in the portfolio committee, they can do that. But we are the educationalists that must talk back to them and tell them, what is really happening in our sector and what are the changes that can be made. The first one is districts matter. The second one that Themba raised, and Themba, you raised the important point, which is actually something that's quite concerning. Severe partnership restrictions due to the PFMA. And so if we as NGOs and non-profits work with government, we really struggle. Because, we treat it like service providers and we have to go through these tenders. And I'm not saying tenders are a bad thing, don't get me wrong, and we need accountability and transparency. But there's some problem here around how you work with a province or with a district that is really difficult to do. Desmond spoke about command and control, and that is changing to collaboration and mutual respect. I like that. And then, Gail, you said a lot of good things, even without slides. I think the culture of accountability is important, but the last thing that I want to say around this, Gail spoke about codifying new models of collaboration. We've learned a lot the last couple of years, and we need to codify those models. And that's now going to my slides. So I'll be really quick around my slides, and I'm just going to run into it. So I'm assuming it's just the green button. So I'm going to talk about 3 things before any dancing starts. Implementation science matters. We're seeing in the work that Jet does, and by the way, Jet is 32 years old. Jet has played in this space for a long time. My predecessor, one of them is sitting here, and Nick Taylor is another predecessor. There's a lot of learnings that Jet has built up over the years. And I think we need to draw on those things. We tend to reinvent the wheel all the time. Second area I want to talk to briefly is around capacity. This was raised quite a few times today already, but let's be specific. And then retaining the cycle of schooling, and I'm going to start with that last one. So what we need to do, and I see my slide has changed a little bit. There was a white background, but I can jump to the next one. I don't know, this color is not working so well. It wasn't white, okay? That's okay, can you guys see? Okay. This is a diagram that Nick Taylor and colleagues did, and some of my JET colleagues worked in this space. This gives us 11 points that are really important in the schooling system. And my point around this is I think sometimes we work so across the different components of the cycle of schooling, that sometimes, we compete too much or we overlap and we are not clinically clear about the area that we work. Let me give you an example. There are 11 points on the cycle. So JET is currently working on point 6 around teacher internships. We think in ITE and initial teacher education, there is a pathway that is a bit more vocational and that allows our kids to become teachers without sitting in a university for 4 years from the start. They go straight into schools and they get distance education tuition around the BA degrees. Now, it's interesting that that work we're doing at the moment is on point 6, but it is continually getting confused with point 7 around teacher induction. And so we're struggling there when we work with universities, with SACE, the Professional Council, and other bodies. It's like, are you busy with teacher induction? Are you busy with ITE? Now, while these things have an interrelationship, I think we need to really work with each other to be quite clinical clear. Where do we work in the cycle of schooling? Where does Fundawanda work? Where does KST work? And where does JET work? So often, we are a bit of a scattergun approach how we collaborate in this area. And here we need a strong DBE to guide us. My second point is around capacity. So here are a couple of things that I would want to put on the slide. And this is, I think, my most interesting slide for today, I hope. And the others will go quickly because I can watch this time as not looking so good. Three areas I want to talk to you about. The first one is NGOs. I'm just using JET as an example. We have many NGOs in the country. We really need strong NGOs. NGOs play an important role in a country like South Africa, a developing country. And when we weaken them, we weaken the system overall. And many of you today are involved in NGOs. Without NGOs, being treated as service providers. This is a very tricky relationship, and I don't think we've solved it. I've seen in other African countries and also in more developed countries, they've got these specific kind of dispensations around how social enterprises can work. And they work directly with government, but in ways that there's good procurement and transparency, but you're not treated as a service provider. What we do as JET, we continually compete with 30 service providers. Many of them are for-profits. We spend a lot of time and energy in competing, and sometimes you don't win those bids, and that time could have been spent better, working with government and supporting government. Second point around the slide is NGOs need to collaborate. NASCI is an important forum where NGOs can collaborate. We have over 150 members in NASCI now. I remember in the early days of NASCI, Mary Metcalf used to say, nasty NASCI, what are you talking about? NASCI has really become something, and Godwin, you were part of that as well. NASCI is a place where as NGOs we can build capacity, we can hold each other accountable, but we can also work better with government. Let's talk about government briefly. We need a capable, accountable government, not a hollowed out government. And Moses, you can talk to me about this later and we can talk to the DGs, but my problem at the moment is that DBE and DHET are pretty weak. And this is not about individuals. There are many exceptional individuals working in these two departments. But in my work, just over the last 10 years, I've really been struggling. The capacity has gone down instead of up. And this is not because anybody's not working hard. It's because we actually have a problem around capacity. We need an integrated long-term plan. The NDP is that. But where's the NDP going? And we're struggling at the moment. So there is a NPC committee right now that is preparing for the new dispensation, what's happening after the elections, and there's really good things happening there. And so, talk to a couple of us that are here today about what's happening there. The third column is around professional accountability. In the research, they talk about bureaucratic accountability and research accountability. This is a research from Linda Darling-Hammond, who's a well-known educational researcher. In South Africa, we have a very strong bureaucratic accountability culture. It means compliance, tick boxes. Where you want to take your system is professional accountability, where you empower teachers, subject advisors, district officials. There's good work that we can do in this area. And then let me talk directly to the NECT. I saw Godwin's on the program, and I don't want to repeat what he said. But interesting, Godwin, the slide was sent before you came today. So build district level capacity. It is such an important niche area. But also be careful. What I've seen happening, and this is from the outside with the NECT over the last couple of years, the DBE's got very reliant on the NECT. I'm not saying it's a bad thing or a good thing, but I think it's something to watch. What that does, it restricts the NECT and it also limits the DBE to grow. And let's rather talk about these things, than beat around the bush. All right, my last point is around collaboration. So here I also have three kind of columns, and if the screen is good enough, you can see all three. These are the kind of three types of collaboration we see at the moment. And I see I'm going over time, so the dancing might start, but this is my last slide. The first one is collective impact. There's a really good science around collective impact and how collective impact can be done. Stanford research, nearly 20 years ago helped us to get started in this area. JET is applying this model in TICSA, this teacher internship collaboration. And I think we're making relatively good progress over 5 years. But it is incredibly difficult. You need a strong backbone organization. You need good M&E. And you also need a common purpose. But there's an example of a good model that is working. The second one is systemic embedding. Before I go there, the term that is used in collective impact is institutionalization. Interesting. In the middle column, on systemic embedding, and this was raised a couple of times today, we're working with the Gauteng Department of Education, training grade R teachers across the province. And there we use the term universalization. Third example is impact investment. Many of us shy away from impact investment. It feels like it's too commercial, new liberal and all these terms that get used. There's interesting stuff happening around impact investment. And I want to challenge us as a group today, and I want to challenge the politicians as well. Get your head around this, because there are things that are happening here that is not ad hoc. There's a science and there's learning that is happening, not only internationally, but also in South Africa. And so let's work together on this. So these were my 3 points. Let's coordinate systemic improvements in a complementary manner. NASCI is a place we can look at it. Let's look at what's happening around the NPC and the NDP. We need strong NGOs, not only service providers, but NGOs. We need a capable state. And we need to focus on professional teacher accountability, not bureaucratic accountability. And we need to shift that. I had a point on my slide around the teacher unions, but I took it off again, and I'm not sure if anybody's here today, I didn't see. Teacher unions have really come around. In the COVID period, the teacher unions stepped up big time. And so, if there's one kind of component of our ecosystem that has really turned the corner, I would compliment the teacher unions under understanding and contributing in a constructive way. And then my third point is around there's a science to implementation. The NECT has set some examples. JET has done some work in this area. Kagiso, particularly in the Free State, has done some examples. But guys, let's build on this. We don't have to start the wheel, reinvent the wheel every time, we get started around implementation. So thank you for the opportunity, and sorry for going a little bit over time.
Thank you very much, James, and more importantly, thank you for not dancing on stage. The horror story would have been too much for everyone to bear. We are going to proceed swiftly to our next presentation, and our next presenter is someone who is fairly young in the NPO sector, in the sense that she hasn't been there for 40 years like most people that I see in this table in front here. But of course, this simply means that she's a person who's seen what happens in the corporate world and what also happens within the NPO space, and has that blend of expertise and experience which she brings to bear in her other main hobby, which is of course being the Chief Executive Officer of Fundawande. But of course, I'm very proud because I'm going to be introducing someone from my own university, and that is Phumelele Nhlapo, the CEO of Fundawande.
Thank you, Program Director. Thank you very much, Kagiso Trust, for the invitation to come and share our learnings, and to the NECT for initiating that invitation. I have been with Fundawande for 3 months, and it's been quite a journey for me, because this is where I belong. I did start in the corporate sector, but I'm now at home working on issues to do with children and education. So what I'm going to share really is where we have come from as Fundawande, what we've learned. Thank you. Yes. As well as what we would like to offer to the system as what we can contribute. Thank you. So a little bit about us. We're a nonprofit, and our role is really to test interventions, as well as to find pathways to scaling those interventions. And our vision, this picture I insisted be in the presentation because it's what inspires me every day when we walk into the office. By 2030, all children in South Africa must read for meaning and calculate with confidence by the age of 10. And this is what motivates us as a team. There's 52 of us. We come from different backgrounds, some from universities, some are ex-teachers, some of us are from corporate, some are from other NPOs, but we're joined together by this vision. And our work can be summarized in 4 broad categories. One is we develop high-quality LTSMs, We also offer pre and in-service teacher training and support. I'll talk to these more. We also test different models. There's 3 provinces where we work, and we try and offer training support to improve foundation phase literacy and numeracy outcomes. And then we do a lot of research as an organization. We try, as we test interventions, to really see what succeeds, what works, what does not work, what can be useful to the system, and what we need to not worry about. And we advocate for those initiatives that do work to be prioritized by the system. So where we began, we are 7 years old, so maybe the youngest of all the NPOs here, I'm not sure. And we were born out of the Ellen and Jill Gray philanthropies. That is our parent, but we are slowly gaining our independence. And we really just wanted to see, how do you harness private funds for the public good, and especially focusing on early grade education. So we started in 2017, like I said, as a response to what we saw as a literacy crisis after the PILS results of 2016. And our initial focus was on developing materials for teachers. A lot of videos were produced to try and show teachers how they could improve their ability to teach language to young children in grade 1 to 3, sorry. And then in 2019, we started an intervention on the ground in the Eastern Cape in isiXhosa. But then we encountered COVID, and that, I think, for us, changed everything. So we trialed three interventions from 2021 to 2023. In the Eastern Cape, the focus was on using coaches as well as teaching assistants, so young people that were recruited from the YES program. In Limpopo, it was also teaching assistants. And in the Western Cape, we tried a cascade model where we were teaching subject advisors our structured pedagogy methodology, and they were then training teachers to basically support them in the classroom. So these were the 3 models that we trialed initially in phase 1. And I'm going to share just one key learning from that, because I guess this is the one that excites me the most, where we recruited a lot of teaching assistants, which were matriculants. Some of them did have university degrees, so unemployed youth, basically. That's the caption. And we took them through a very rigorous recruitment process, training, provided in-classroom support to them, and mentorship. And what we found is that if you equip a young person correctly, they can actually help children in grade 1 to 3 improve learning outcomes. So I just want to maybe highlight that bottom graph that talks about grade 3s, because that was at the end of our 3-year intervention. And what we found, if you look at the dark green at the end, is that, so we had 40 control schools where we had no intervention at all. We had 40 schools where we just provided our learning and teaching support materials. And then we had 40 schools where we also provided, in addition to the LTSMs, a teaching assistant in the classroom supporting the teacher. And what we found is that in a control school, only 15% of the children actually got to the baseline of grade level proficiency. So they basically had gotten to the level of a grade 3 learner, the benchmark that is set by DBE, where we just provided training to the teachers and our materials. 25% of those learners reached grade level proficiency. And where we also had a teaching assistant. Remember, this is a young person who's not studying a B.Ed, not trying to be a teacher, but we have trained them, and in terms of our methodology, 32% of the young people in grade 3 actually got to grade level proficiency. So doubling the number of learners that got to the level. However, we still had learners that struggled. some of them were still at grade 2 level, some at grade 1 level, and some couldn't read at all. So the challenge in our classrooms is that we have learners at different levels, not just in multi-grade schools, but in mostly all schools. And we need to find partnerships with organizations that are good at helping those young people that are at the bottom in terms of their knowledge and skill level to also move up and get to grade level proficiency. What excites me about this is that young people, what was a youth employment program, actually also became a program where we can help the teacher improve how learners learn and what they are able to achieve by the end of the year. So in phase 2, which is 2024 to 2026, we took the learnings from phase 1 and applied them to our program. So going deeper and going wider. So I'll start with the Western Cape, where we went wider. So the Western Cape currently, we have scaled to all the quintile 1 to 3 schools, which is a different level of learning for us as an organization with 52 people, how to support a province to roll out a program province-wide. And remember, in the Western Cape, it was a cascade model, so we work with the subject advisors mostly, so we're not training the teachers directly ourselves, which is a level of letting go of your beautiful program that you have to learn to do. You have to learn to navigate the procurement process as well, as was just said, in terms of being able to supply the workbooks for the learners, the teacher guides, the anthologies. We also learned what it means to partner with the province in a very real day-to-day way in order to make sure that this rollout succeeds, because we see this as a way that we can then learn ourselves and contribute to the system. How do you partner with the province and how do you manage this rollout? We are used to working on our interventions where we have very controlled environments, and now our program is out in the stratosphere, but we still want this to succeed because we have other provinces that we work with currently and more provinces that we could assist as well with their own reading plans. So in Limpopo, because we didn't have the PYEI, BEI program anymore, we, through our head of programs, I don't know if I can put you on the spot, Zelani, very quickly pivoted to, we still need young people to be in our classrooms and assist the teacher. And we partnered with Tandulwazi, who gives scholarships to UNISA B.Ed students. So we now have young people that are actually studying to become teachers, teacher interns in the classrooms. And for us, we already know that TAs, teaching assistants, were impactful. So these teacher interns who are studying B.Ed, we fully expect them to be as impactful because they're receiving the same sort of training that the TAs received as well. But we're also seeing this as a way of seeing what teacher professional development could look like for a young person that is aspiring to be a teacher. In terms of that practical experience in the classroom with 50 children, how do they navigate that and how does that contribute to them becoming better teachers once they come out of the other side in their 4-year degree? I'm so very, very excited about this because I think we can really make a contribution to how we train young people to become more impactful teachers. So that by the time they get to that classroom and those challenges that they'll face there, they know how to teach a young person how to read and how to calculate, especially how to read in their own language. So Eastern Cape, we've got also a deeper intervention there because we want to make sure that the teachers that we train, it doesn't just stop there, but they also embrace these new teaching methodologies and they are able to use the teacher guides in a meaningful way in terms of planning their lessons, in terms of using the teacher guides in the classroom as well as a resource. We're also talking to them in PLCs in terms of how to utilize assessments. So we're using EGRA assessments as a way to motivate teachers to really see that picture of how my learners are doing and what level they are in, and what does that mean in terms of how I can then teach the ones that are left behind or the ones that are ahead. So we're really teaching, helping the teachers to really embrace this and own this, because it's been said a few times that the success of the learner really revolves on how impactful and effective the teacher is, and how motivated they are, and how they really understand and are capacitated in doing their work. So that's a behavioral science approach, basically trying to see what will motivate the teacher to really embrace this program and own it, rather than us pouring into them on a regular basis, but they are actually owning it. So what's come out of our interventions, what we've learned is that coaching is very difficult to scale. So if you remember, we started our phase 1 in the Eastern Cape with coaches, and we still have much fewer coaches, but what they are doing now is trying to embed these behaviors in the system, so that we're not always going to be needing external support, but embedding that in the system itself. In Limpopo, like I said, we've pivoted to using teacher interns in the classroom. And then in the Western Cape, we went from 50 schools where we were doing our intervention to 848 schools where there's now a province-wide rollout. And I think what we need to do with this is do a learning brief or something to really codify what we are learning about how to do that effectively, because I think that would be really useful to the system. So what can Fundawande offer right now, what we've become really good at, and that we think will be useful to share? We have teacher professional development as one, and I'm glad there's somebody from Rhodes University here today. And I did say I would say nice things about Rhodes. So at Rhodes University, there is an advanced certificate program in foundation phase literacy teaching. It was started as a collaboration between Fundawande and the Center for Social Development at Rhodes. It's an accredited program. It's a 2-year program, and it's also NQF level 6. The provinces that we work with have all sent a lot of educators to this program, and they continue to. We're running it in Limpopo this year, both the first and second year cohort. More than 100 teachers are on that program. And it basically aims to help teachers learn how to teach African languages to young children in terms of reading. And we started it as an isiXhosa English kind of delivery, so we have a lot of Xhosa videos on the program to really demonstrate to teachers how to, because it's easy to tell somebody to do something, but if they see it and they can engage with it and see, okay, if I do it this way, or if somebody says, no, that's not effective, but you can go and see what is a better way of doing it. So a lot of videos that my colleagues have shot and continue to. So we are versioning that to Sepedi as well. As I said, we are running this program in Limpopo now as well. And the invitation is really for teachers, for provinces to consider this and send their teachers to it. The provinces that we work with, the 3 provinces, they sponsor the teachers to come to the program because it's part of their reading plan to capacitate the teachers. Our aim with everything we do is to have it in all the different African languages that we have in South Africa. But we are an organization of 50 people, so it takes a while. I mean, it's not, we made a promise to do that, but it's taking a lot longer than we expected that it would. So our hope is that B.Ed programs in all the universities can embrace or adopt some of these modules, maybe in whole, maybe in part, to improve the way we teach new teachers, so initial teacher education. As I speak today, part of our team is at a Dean's Colloquium today, which is lovely because we just thought, today we're really doing our advocacy. And they're talking to different department heads
educational department heads about this program and how it has really enabled people to be able to teach literacy better in terms of African languages. Also, we have a lot of free access online learning tools. We have a Fundawande Reading and Numeracy Academy, and those are accessible to all teachers, all subject advisors, whoever is interested. The isiXhosa version of the Reading Academy is SACE accredited. It's worth 35 CPD points. We are working to have the Numeracy Academy also accredited right now. And we're also versioning to Sepedi. In the provinces where we have a footprint, those 3 provinces, we also do hybrid teacher training where we are basically using both the online materials as well as face-to-face classes. An example in the Eastern Cape plans to have 15,000 teachers trained by 2027. And ourselves, as well as NMI, are the 2 organizations that they have entrusted with training all those teachers, which we're quite proud of because we have partnered really well with the provinces where we are operating. And then with our LTSMs as well, we are versioning to all languages. Currently, they're available in Sepedi, Xhosa, Afrikaans, and then by the end of this year, isiZulu and Sesotho as well. And we'll continue developing them in different languages. What we're also learning, given feedback from the provinces where we operate, is that we need to make sure that our workbooks are more scalable, they're more cost-effective, because we went for the Rolls-Royce version of everything. And we're now realizing that in order for things to be embraced and contribute towards what DBE is doing, we need to make sure that they are affordable. So I did apologize upfront to Dr. Khosa for bringing up pearls, because you said, so what really motivates us and drives our work is the fact that our children at those early grades are really struggling. We know what the Pearls results, the outcome was. We all saw that last year. And what I want to highlight about that is that we were on a very good trajectory until COVID hit us. And it set us back 10 years. If you look at 2021, 81% of our learners in grade 4 not being able to read for meaning in their own language, that took us back to 2011. So when we talk about catch-up programs, we're almost going to be permanently at catch-up mode until this problem goes away. It's not been a quick fix. Like I showed you, that Limpopo result is that there were still quite a few children that were still left behind, even though we doubled the number that got there. Inequalities deepened because of COVID. Young people that actually cannot read, that number doubled because in this 2021 study. We also saw that African language children lost out the most. I'm sure everybody's seen this slide, this graph at some point in time, that it was, Afrikaans and English learners didn't really, first language learners didn't really suffer because of COVID, but all our African language students did suffer. So for me, this is really a call for collaboration, because we have found the things that we are good at, that we believe we can partner with provinces, with national, with districts to address. But there's a lot more that needs to be done. And I'm glad that the word collaboration came out, especially at my table there, because for us, this is really what we would like to offer is we believe we have something to add to the conversation, and we are ready to do that. Very exciting. Our vision was born out of the NDP, if you want to put it that way as well, because it's very similar. Even though we are close to 2030, we believe we can get there, and we're happy that we are here to be able to make that contribution. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that, Pumelele. I think a lot of very interesting insights that I definitely was not aware of, and the work that is being done there is remarkably important. So, what happened with Pumelele's presentation is that she kind of let the cat out of the bag, in that we've now decided that, look, maybe we've had too many conversations from people who are from around this particular province, and we decided to stretch our net wide. And we were walking around, and then somebody said, let us stop at Rhodes, because Rhodes is where leaders learn. So when we stopped at Rhodes, we're like, well, actually, perhaps let us speak to somebody who's been a champion and an activist in the education space for many, many years. And I think the first time we engaged was when he was still at his equal education days. And since then, he's moved on to greener pastures. I'm hoping that, there are green pastures at Rhodes, unlike where I come from, where things tend to be dry around this time of the year. Our next speaker is Sake Nkabezo.
All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sake Nkabezo. I know I am here partly representing Rhodes, but I also believe I stand to represent a number of community-based partnership organizations in Makhanda, and we're quite excited to be here. It's actually quite fascinating that I get to talk because I believe, and please forgive me, Dr. Kosa, I might be the youngest speaker to come up on stage, talking on behalf of the oldest institution to be represented today, hopefully about something we've been doing over the past 10 years that might be of relevance. But in order for me to tell a meaningful story, I kind of have to start at the end of the story. And I'm going to start at a story about what a small city that's become known largely for potholes, even though that's not all we are, has managed to do in order to build its sector through this concept of partnership and collaboration. And that's why the story I'm telling now is not just about the university's own contribution to developing the sector. It's a case study and a model, I think, for everyone in the room to really start to appreciate what could be possible by facilitating meaningful partnership with everyone in the room. Now, I'm known to talk quite fast. So if I'm rapping too hard, I'm going to ask someone to just do this so that I know I must slow, or just this, so I can slow down. Because I'm going to throw a lot of information and data ahead of you. I said I was going to start at the end, and, oh, Lord, I might be, I found the right button. And I'm going to start in January 2024. In 2024, this year, Rhodes University was one of the biggest enablers and partners in helping to bring together what we called the Makhanda Education Summit. In short, this was a convening of the basic education sector of the city of Makhanda to collectively and co-creatively identify opportunities for development and shape out pathways for us to meaningfully do so and move forward to build the sector. Importantly, this is collaboration and partnership that was fostered and enhanced with the schools, with the teachers, with the ECD centers. I think oftentimes what might happen, and if I say something that might be shocking, please chalk it up to my inexperience and youth, is that this concept of collaboration and partnership might be spoken about by the haves and the implementers and those that form part of institutions without going directly to the sites themselves. And we wanted to make the city itself a site to demonstrate what could be possible by working together. This summit sought to do three critical things. Number one, is to map out who in the city of Makhanda is doing what, at what level of the basic education sector. Who is doing what at the early childhood development sector, in primary schooling, in secondary schooling. How can the existing stakeholders, with our limited resources and wealth of energy, work together to maximize impact for the sector as a whole in the city, and how we can do so by aligning the various interventions and strategies we're having towards this impact. Now, what it was, this event, like I said, I'm starting at the end, I'm starting in January, was a reflection point on about a decade, maybe slightly more, of deliberate and sustained intervention by a variety of stakeholders. I am not here today to speak just on behalf of Rhodes. I'm speaking on behalf of a number of energies and community-based organizations in the city of Makhanda. So we were reflecting on what was done and achieved over a period of about 10 years, but also starting to strategically shape what could be done going forward. And this is the part where it gets tricky. To fully appreciate why I have come up here to talk about a thing we did in January, I'm going to go back to 2013. I'm going to ask our people at the back if they could be so kind as to pull up that website that I pulled. Way of telling the story of transformation in 10 years in the city, or the green shoots of it. I've presented on it twice. The first time was on Tuesday. So unfortunately, everyone here is a bit of my pilot group, but that's why we come with the strong energies that if it doesn't work out, I hope my words are charming enough too. Next slide. In 2013, Makhanda, then called Grahamstown, in the National Senior Certificate results that came out of the year, emerged as one of the 10th worst performing district in the country. Incidentally, the other 9 were all from the Eastern Cape. And this was part of a pattern of what had been spoken about and whispered. There were amahem-hem in different corners from experts about what exactly is happening in the Eastern Cape. But in the city, this moment was also part of just shaking things a bit differently and approaching it from a point of saying something else has to be done to change this. Next slide, please. So a series of a variety of interventions started being set up by different role players and different people in the room. First of those, and one of the most important ones, was in 2014, the city's first Principals Forum was established by Gadra Education, one of the city's oldest education NGOs in that space. And those that are aware of what Principal Forums can be and do, these are very critical spaces to foster and enhance a community of partnership amongst school leaders. Next slide, sir. We get to 2015, and 2 very important things happen in the lifeline of the city itself. Number 1, the Investors Empowerment Trust, alongside a series of other partners and funders and supporters we've had, provided and helped set up a multi-stakeholder consortium, including some education experts and education-based NGOs in the city of Makhanda, with the sole purpose being to look at literacy and numeracy interventions in the context. That consortium would, over the next few years, set up 2 rather powerful initiatives in the cities, amongst others, that would be quite beneficial. One of which is called a Whistle Stop School, which is a targeted literacy intervention program for young learners. And the other was to set up, I believe, the country's first isiXhosa spelling bee. We're in the Eastern Cape. If we're doing spelling bees, we can't spell photosynthesis only. We must spell uqhoqhoqho and see if these are the things that are connecting with people. Next slide, sir. Around the same time, the current Vice-Chancellor of Rhodes University, Professor Sizwe Mabezela, was inaugurated for the first of his now 2 terms. I mention his inauguration because at that moment of him being put in office, he made a very deliberate shift in his strategic priorities of what the university would be focusing on. And primarily for him, he made it quite important to center Makhanda and the university itself as being part of Makhanda. Sometimes these institutions happen to places. And the very principle of this was that the university is not just in Makhanda, it is of Makhanda. And therefore it has a role to play in helping to contribute to the development of Makhanda. Next slide, sir. I'm going to speed through the next few slides to just get through some part. One of the first things then he put his work towards, and reaching out to a couple of partners, some of them were in the room to help set up, was putting together a multi-stakeholder grouping called the Vice Chancellor's Education Initiative. This was local education experts in the city who could work with him and work with each other to develop a bigger series of interventions rooted in the university with the aim of helping to respond to the educational inefficiencies and challenges that are being faced in the system. Next slide, sir. In that same year, they then set up the first of their few initiatives, and 2 of them will be mentioned right now. The first is what's called the 9/10 mentoring program. And what this is a very simple program. You've got a Rhodes University student that partners with and mentors a matric student, and through a series of guided consultation processes, helps them improve their education outcomes. We reflect on what's hard, we reflect on your homework, but you have someone in the university helping you learn and develop further. The second one was a development through the partnership with the Rhodes Business School of a certificate in school leadership. And the purpose of this too was to then bring together school leaders, principals, deputy principals, HODs, towards helping to build a language, a lexicon of leadership amongst the schools themselves. You see these little seeds are being planted throughout towards hitting something impactful. Next slide, sir. 2017, the university partners with Guard Education to create pathways for local disadvantaged students to begin to be able to access the universities. So what they do is that they create a bridging program in order to create stepping stones and ways of getting into the institution for local learners. Next slide, sir. In the same year, that whistle-stop school I spoke about was then launched by Guard Education, supported by that consortium and supported by this Vice Chancellor's initiative. Next slide, sir. Again, I might be going fast, I'm dumping a lot of information, but I just want to give you a bit of color about what we try to achieve. 2018, 5 years after we were one of the 10th worst performing district in the country, the fee-exempt public schools in Makhanda, quintile 1, 2, and I think quintile 3, I may be under correction, achieve 100 bachelor passes for the first time. Now, in the bigger context, this might not seem the biggest thing, but again, we're talking about a hyper-localized approach and what's happening in one city. We've come from 5 years being there, and this is part of the first green shoots of what the development looks like. The next few years would really then start to double down and enhance what is possible through this strategic partnership approach. Next slide, sir. The same year, the very next year, the Community Engagement Office of Rhodes University, which is part of this Vice Chancellor's initiative, then redesigned its own program that is an intervention literacy called Budding Q. And what they did with that is that they started running play-based intervention programs and workshops with grade R learners focused on literacy. You start earlier, you use play as a methodology with the hope that it starts to inculcate a better responsiveness to the DIVA tools. Next slide, sir. In the same year, the organization or the unit that I'm very much part of managing, called the Makhanda Circle of Unity, started being set up following a series of stakeholder consultative embezos. Now, what the Circle of Unity is in a short moment, and if you want more, I've got 10 other slides we can talk to outside during lunch, but it's an apolitical multi-stakeholder structure that's looking to help foster and contribute to positive projects in the context of Makhanda, alongside anyone else who wants to stop the narrative that Makhanda is just potholes, because we're not. Next slide, sir. 2020, COVID-19 happens. We know. I'll leave it at that. We know. But the very next slide, in that same year, Makhanda emerged as the best performing city in the Eastern Cape province in the matric exams, 7 years after being in the top 10 worst performing districts in the city. Again, this might seem small scale, but what hopefully has been getting quite explicit is that to get to that point, there was a lot of pulling small partners together, working directly with the schools, capacitating the people leading the schools to create an enabling environment for that to start to happen. Would you mind going one more slide, sir, and then I'll use the last 3 minutes to just type up my presentation. In 2021, that 9-10 mentoring program that I spoke about was awarded the McJanet Prize for Global Citizenship. Now, this is a global award that recognizes programs with the propensity and potential to impact systemic change. To date, the university, Rhodes University, and this program, I'm going to speak conservatively, it's the only South African community engagement and intervention program of its nature to receive this award. In the next 2 years, you'd see some increasing positive indications and trends about what is happening in the context of the city. One of the most exciting ones of those is that in 2023, in the context of us, of the country being responsive to the 2021 Pearl study, and again, please forgive me for bringing it up, but we conducted our own local one, partnering Faculty of Education and Guard Education, that revealed that the literacy rates in Makhanda was that 40% of grade 4 learners could read for meaning. Small context of one city, more than double the national average. Could I ask you to go back to the slides and I'll quickly tidy up? Mr. Kaya, please get your dancing shoes on, sir. I might steal 1 or 2 more minutes. All right, so it's been 10 years of doing this. Now we're coming back to where I started, the summit. There's been this positive trajectory, this growth. So the idea emerges, well, let's put something together to acknowledge what's happened over the past 10 years. And this is what it was. And in order to put it together, a multi-stakeholder planning committee was put together. This committee consisted of the education experts, of the vice chancellor, of 3 school principals, of 3 NGO representatives. And what we did in that space is that we appointed subcommittees to look at each specific sector of the basic education sector of Makhanda. So there was an ECD subcommittee that did a situational analysis of what the context is of early childhood development in Makhanda is. Same for primary schooling and same for high schooling. That process of doing those SWOT analyses helped, however, to mobilize further support from the people we wanted to invite, because we invited them to form part of creating the data set that we could use to be the base for the summit itself. So we come to January. We've got in our small little city that apparently is just potholes, and I've been trying to convince you it's not just potholes. 350 local education stakeholders were present that day, representing the various parts of the sector as a whole. And because we did those sectoral subcommittee and situational analyses, we were able to have concentrated discussions around key priorities for each of those subcommittees. I'm happy to share them with anyone outside of the space if that is a point of curiosity. But at the end of that, through this consolidated process of engagement, participation, collaboration, and partnership, a shared vision was put together, quite bold and audacious, about what the city's education sector might look like. And that vision reads, by 2028, Makhanda emerges as the leading academic educational city in South Africa and is recognized as such by offering all local children and young people the benefit of good quality education at preschool, primary, secondary, and tertiary levels. Now, here's the thing. We could only get to the point we got through consolidated and dedicated partnership initiatives. We can only make that vision happen through continued and enhanced partnership initiatives. So the story that I've told you today, that began at the end and has now come back here, is around inviting you to come with us and join us and learn more about this journey. What has been demonstrated is that there's capacity to do something quite powerful through a hyper-localized approach, working with the existing stakeholders, that can effectively change how the sector as a whole functions. You create pathways for co-creation and ownership. You start to see positive trends like the ones I spoke towards. And these are some of the key lessons we learned through about what is possible. By working through different coordinating structures, we put together this summit that put together this shared vision. It wasn't Rhodes doing this to Makhanda. It was Rhodes working effectively and deliberately with Makhanda. By building the sector, we had a strong foundation for this. And by pulling together all parts of the sector, we were able to make sure that as we shape this vision, it doesn't represent one corner, but it casts a wide net. And that vision then can be shared by everyone who joined us in that journey. The last point I'll say is this. We could only do the summit and shape that vision when it happened because we had had a sustained period of development. It is that deliberate, sustained effort that can really enable the change. We can do so much more if we have many more partners with us, but we have really many lessons and insights to share. We'd want to form part of a bigger narrative of creating these strong, hyperlocal sites of excellence, because we believe Makhanda isn't just potholes. Makhanda could be a site of excellence for education. Thank you.
Wow. Is registration still open at Rhodes? I'd like to sign up as a student. No, thank you very much for that. And I think obviously, the idea of partnership for change is definitely one that resonates with not only just that particular collaboration, but also the many that we've been able to reflect on during the course of today. What we are now going to be able to do is essentially call back all our presenters on stage so that we can field some questions. If there are some inputs and some insights that you guys have from the floor, we'll be able to engage on that over the next few minutes or so. And remember, they're standing between you and lunch. So ask them as many questions as possible so that by the time they get to lunch, they'll say, actually, we've earned our keep today. So I'll just ask each of my presenters to return back on stage, and then we're going to start with the question session. Thank you. And I think the music will help. It will motivate them to get here faster. Sake, we're waiting for you. Do we have enough chairs? Good luck with that. Everybody's here. I'll sit that side. Watch out, watch out. Quiet. Okay, we'll ask you from there. All right, thank you. So I think the difficult part is coming up now, and the difficult question that I've been tasked to ask is that part of the story is that we've got all of these wonderful initiatives and all of these wonderful collaborations, and we can see the impact across the many slides and the many screens that we've had. And yet, what also emerges is that we are saying, here's a case study here, here's a case study there, and the work collectively is so groundbreaking, so impactful. Why is this work still the work that is done by individual organizations and partnerships? Isn't this the type of thing that the state should look at and say, oh, that sounds to be the solution to the problem, so why are these not state-led initiatives? And I'll ask firstly Mr. Gordon Kosa to give us his insight on that difficult question of, as good as these initiatives are, why are they still initiatives rather than the policy and the way the country does things? The mic is trying to bail him out by refusing to be on.
Okay. So, firstly, I think this is a bit unfair. Because you start with me, trying to hide behind the bouquet of these flowers. So, I think fundamentally behind the concept of collaboration, it's a recognition of the existence and the role of the state. And therefore, the understanding of the role of the non-state actors in contribution in the achievement of public good. So secondly, I was reminded when we're talking about 80% of the kids who come to it for meaning. Like somebody was sent to Africa to go and sell shoes, and he quickly went back to Europe and said, people in Africa don't wear shoes. And then they sent the second one and did a very good business, because people were not wearing shoes. So this shoes business, I think it's a continuing one, because the needs for education improvement will never stop. But truth be told, government works in a particular, manner. And only government people will understand best how it works. So, but I do think that there are avenues to push for a more collaborative, ways of working with government from outside, from outside the state. But as James was saying, much of that will depend on which regulations and rules and so on get relaxed. Part of it is about values and principles that we have to inculcate, and the understanding of collaboration, much of which has to do with giving in part of what people believe or have, the people who get into the collaboration believe or have.
Yeah.
I hope it answered some of your questions.
No, it covers some of them. Thank you. Themba, I'm remarkably jealous because I was not born in the Free State. So when I see the impact of the work done by Kagiso Trust in the Free State, I'm saying, oh dear God, I would have lost out on the lottery of benefiting from these improvements and these initiatives. And then I'm thinking, wait, hold on, if this works so well, how can we be struggling as a country to say to the state, here's the model, at some point in time, just go and work with it, because here's the evidence that it works. Why are we here?
We did two things when we started with the implementation of the model. We traveled to all the provinces and proposed a collaboration and partnership. And as I mentioned in my presentation, when we approach government to work with them, we don't go begging for that collaboration. We actually bring our own investment. And it was quite a shocking thing that in that attempt, government was unable to partner with us because the PFMA was not allowing them to do it. So that was quite a big constraint. We have been exploring to move beyond the Free State. We are now in Limpopo. And there is an education trust that is existing there, and we have pitched the collaboration at the level of the education trust. There are still systemic challenges, even in terms of that. Our initial idea was really to develop a model which we will say to government, here is the model, can you adopt it? And this has been a conversation that we've even taken to national. And I think there has been those restraints or constraints that we are confronted with whenever we want to make it a national imperative.
Yeah, no, thank you very much for that. Desmond, you've got an 11-year track record. You already clearly know what it takes to make things happen. You already know which parts of the ecosystem require the greatest and most patient of interventions, and yet it's still a matter of, well, actually, there is no national rollout of this. There's no similar thing at every district and at every community. I imagine it must come with a sense of frustration for practitioners like yourself who say, but here's the answer, but why is the answer not a universally applied model? I mean, this is the week where we talk about everything going universal, but here we are with case studies of things that have worked well, and they're not universal yet. What are your reflections on that?
I think it is a bit of both. Frustrations on one hand, but quite deep appreciation of how far we have traveled in the journey. So there's a lot that we are grateful for and can point out as something that is happening. We continue to engage with government departments at various levels. I'm glad Dr. Simran is here. Like I said, there are ongoing engagement, DBE in particular, to saying how can we take some of the lessons that we've learned in Pavilion KZN and replicate them elsewhere. That process being led by the department itself. And we're serving as almost advisors in that space and not in the process. The Learn and Recover program is an example of that picking up. And in Mpumalanga, there is what you call the systemic improvement of learning of literacy and numeracy, where the department is again leading the adoption of some of the models that we have in that space. We are now in KZN in a space where we are saying, we think we've done what needs to be done. You tell us if you think you need more doses or you need more support. And that's something that's been worked out and crafted by the department itself, and not something that you design outside and say, here's what you do. But I agree with you that there's still a lot of that needs to be done across. I mean, the Free State case, for instance, the other provinces that have been touched, and the IDIP process that NCT is introducing has got the capacity of rolling out a lot of these things that are similar to what we are doing into a bigger, much more scale, and they've got the advantage of already having government buy-in in terms of these are things that needs to be done at scale.
We have to get there. We have to get there.
We have to get there, but it's a journey.
Yeah. Gail, South Africa is very fortunate. It has organizations and institutions like the Zenex Foundation, the First Rand Foundation, Sasol Tutua, and all of these wonderful organizations that have taken upon the challenge of saying, well, if capacity is missing in the state, this is how we assist. If capacity is missing in the non-profit space, this is how we assist. So while the commitment may be permanent and the commitment is not to be doubted, the obligation is not. Organizations evolve, organizations change, and sometimes organizations disappear. And strategic orientations are not something we can control. And my worry is that at some point in time, all of these wonderful organizations will then say, well, we want to do something different. And I'd hate to ask the question, well, what happens to these organizations that we've supported if all of these initiatives are not embedded into what the state does, are not embedded into what the policy does? Because it'll be a very good case study that eventually gets condemned to history. How do we get to making sure that the lessons learned actually become part of the permanent archive, the permanent memory, regardless of what organizations and funders may do over the terms?
So Yeah, that's an important. You're talking about moving from the place of practice and evidence into policy. And I think the first part, and especially people who spoke about the models and they're working, the first part is building evidence so that we can influence evidence-based policy. However, I think in terms of getting what we're doing and what we're supporting embedded within state policy and practice is for us to work a bit more closer with government. So there's room to trial, innovate, develop, build evidence. But I think we're now at a critical phase where we should be reaching out and saying, how do we begin to work with government in a more intentional way?
And I think it's probably the point that Gordon raised earlier on is that we have to acknowledge that the state has got a particular role.
Yeah.
The state has got the type of resources none of us could ever match. And also the state has got what I may refer to as the permanent, non-discretionary obligation. And I think obviously if we have to acknowledge the role of the state as this permanent role player, we need to find a way of then saying that these other supportive and complementary role players, how do we get them embedded into the system in a manner that says that, look, even if one of the key donors has to have a strategic reorientation, the system doesn't fall apart. And I think the closer work and the closer collaborations may indeed be the case, but somebody sitting at home will say, well, 30 years down the line, how is this still a matter of speculation? Surely the state itself understands the benefit, so how are we still not at the point in time we say, actually, this is how we are partnering together for the next 30 years?
I don't want to say it's not happening. There's many initiatives where there's partnerships between the non-profit sector and donors and government. I'm looking at Moses and Godwin. I think a lot also driven by the NECT. But what's also exciting is I think there's more and more engagement between donors, funders, on how can they coordinate themselves so they can engage with governments in a more collaborative way. Because I think it's quite difficult if we're all going separately, whether we're NGOs or donors, to engage with government. So it's a two-part process, yeah.
Yeah, an important one. And I think, James, I'd like you to reflect on that later on, because I think even the formation of NASI was on the understanding that, well, there's everybody who has the best interests and the best intentions, but in the absence of coordinated and collaborative platforms, I think the sum of the rands I might distribute to the six of you, it's 6 rand divided by 6, but rather 12 rand given to an organization that says, these are the resources, this is what we can do, that works better. Just took us to some reflections on how NASCI has, not longer NASTI, NASCI has actually got that right in the past 10 years.
I think it's been a difficult journey for NASCI. You know, getting out of the starting blocks, it was, you know, there's a high competitive element between NGOs. And the competitive element is created by the environment wherein we operate. So to hold those NGOs together in a way that they start to collaborate has not been easy. I think where we're settled now is NASCI is focusing on the building of capacity of NGOs. So, you know, let's not do joint tenders and joint processes, but let's focus internally, and particularly focusing on those NGOs that are smaller and weaker and more rurally based. But that's not the question I wanted to answer, but I'm happy to answer that one for now.
Okay, we'll get to that one later on. Sake, a university is a type of thing that for a lot of us, when you're growing up, you kind of see it, you're like, wow, that's the type of thing I want to go to. I'm from Durban, and when you come, like, you know, at the bottom of, from the hospital, you can see that tower of Howard College. It's the type of thing that you want to be able to see. So the visibility, that proximity is quite important. And of course, for a lot of people that want to be able to then see the point of being in school and the point of being educated is to ultimately get there, I think that plays an important role. So this strategic orientation, this shift that Rhodes actually then engaged in to say we should be embedded in the community is something that I think a lot of communities would benefit from. We have 26 public higher education institutions. We've got 50 TVT colleges with over 250 campuses. I'm imagining that if this model was replicated across the system, many of these foundational issues would be solved. So yet again, why is it not a national agenda?
I mean, that's a good question, I really think. And I think the tricky thing is that to implement it nationally requires a bigger sense of deliberate investment in the spaces that these institutions exist in. And this is not to cast aspersions on why and how decisions are made. I think the particular set of circumstances that Rhodes University found itself in, the geographic makeup of the city of Makhanda, the integrated nature of the various parts of the city made it extremely hard for the university to create walls around itself, particularly because the people that end up being employed to work in the institution, their children are going to the same schools there, but now their children can't access the place where their parents are working. And that creates a very dangerous pattern and narrative. But when there is an understanding that the feeders into the institution, the space around the institution, the people in the city itself, and the sector as a whole is equally important to the sustainability of it as it is to the institution itself, it creates these enabling pathways. And I think that's what the university really hit on the nail there in doing so. And the leadership of the Vice Chancellor in this, the commitment to supporting these initiatives is really around being able to say that if Makhanda were to sink, it doesn't sink because we didn't try. And if Makhanda were to thrive, it will be part of those who push for it to fly. And I think other institutions might want to adopt similar approaches, and I'm sure they have in the ways they have too. Where ours is so special is that we're able to use the positioning of it to leverage wider support from other stakeholders. And we continue to invite people to join us in the journey. My favorite thing to do when I go to these conferences is to end off by saying, please come to Makhanda and see for yourself what we do. Because that's the best way. I can tell you the story of the principal of one school, but he's so much better at telling it than I am.
That's definitely a key observation, and I'm hoping many more universities are listening to this conversation. Pumelele, we started off this morning with what I said to one of my friends on WhatsApp was a horror story, and that was Gordon's presentation. And the part of it that obviously horrified me was that growing disconnect between the maths participation and the maths literacy participation. And I'm starting to wonder that perhaps we lose so many of the students at that particular level because foundationally they probably didn't stand a chance. So if you're kind of not mastering it at the grassroots level, look, the moment that there's an opportunity to migrate away from some of those difficult numeracy and literacy skills, people are going to exercise that option. So how important and just how fundamentally critical is the work that happens at Fundawande in actually addressing that longer term drifting away from core mathematics, for example, the literacy and the numeracy work that you do, why is that so important?
Well, I think everything starts with the foundation. When you build a house, the foundation needs to be strong. I think Gail said it in her presentation, that if you don't start with the children where they are, really young, grade R to 3, even before that, to be honest, then the losses just keep happening and happening until you get to the end of high school. So for us, it's really important to focus at foundation phase. I grew up really being afraid of maths. I probably still am a little bit. And I've met teachers in our programs who talk about the fact that they are helping their learners really embrace this and get away from that fear of thinking it's so difficult. And if you empower a teacher to also not be afraid of maths themselves, so be able to teach it properly to these young children, I think that you're creating a foundation for the education of that child not to be such a struggle moving forward. So it's literally about empowering the teacher as well, because if you look at different studies, they'll say teachers themselves are struggling with these very skills that they're trying to impart on children. So if you help the teacher is able to help the learner as well to embrace this new knowledge and not think that it's difficult. So for us, it's really important to start at that level.
Yeah, and I think there is a follow-up crisis point, and that follow-up crisis point is that if you look at the data that Gordon showed us, I'm starting to think that, well, if so few students are taking up maths, for example, those that do pass well, how many of them then say, I want to go into the teaching profession, so that you have people who are passionate about maths then becoming the maths teachers. So you see that the multiplicity of this crisis. So I was quite interested to hear that obviously in some of the work that you do, it's actually to sponsor students that are studying for their Bachelor of Education through UNISA, focusing on these things. But that's just one way in which these things are going to be fixed. And of course, we could talk about this all day, but let me move on to James with the question that he specifically wanted to address himself. But also, James, I mean, with the 40-year track record of JET, I imagine that you've seen all the different shifts and all the different evolutions into the way we engage, into the way the system engages, curriculum designs, impacts and implications. You kind of probably have the ability to say to a government leader right now, over the next 30 years, as we map the journey towards making sure the next generation is not left behind, these are the 2 or 3 things that you must do differently. What are those things?
If I could answer that, I think our system will be fixed. It's not so easy to answer that. My response to that would be, the way CHED operates is we work on the inside and we support and we build capacity, but we speak truth to power on the inside. I know, I mean, equal education is a nice counterexample that speaks truth to power from the outside. So our responsibility is to build capacity from the inside, but not to refrain from saying when things are not going right. So the question I was hoping you were asking me is, state capacity, and I worked for government for many years before I joined CHED, so it's not as if I don't know government. We're increasingly talking about a meritocracy in South Africa, where government officials get appointed based on performance and capacity, not because of politics. I think this is the issue we have in our country, So, and not all, but many of our politicians, go into the bureaucracy and they become educational experts. And what happens is, this boat is moving in every direction all the time. And education takes a long time. Education takes generations. So while there are many good bureaucrats within our ministries, we've also got a lot of people that are there because of politics. And I think if we can start unlocking this as our democracy grows, there will be light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, definitely the one way. We can no longer avoid confronting that. So it's something that we always have to reflect on. I will take one question from online, but also if there's any questions from the floor, please raise your hand or any comments, and we're going to get a mic to be delivered to you in the fastest time possible. So if there's any questions from the floor, there's one on the left here. I'm not calling you a left winger, but you're on my left. And then there's a second hand there. Okay, and the third hand here. So if we can start there, please.
Hi, good afternoon, morning, everyone.
It's afternoon now, yes.
I'd just like guidance from any panel member who's able to guide a corporate funder. I think we find ourselves in the crossroads between trust with government, that leadership accountability that was mentioned earlier, NGO partnerships. You have various NGOs with different strengths, and that competition really comes through as to then who leads this integrated initiative, this collaborative initiative, because they hold various strengths. And then if we bring other corporates on board, it becomes an egotistical sort of, but we do it like this, and we, these ivory towers and egos, it comes through. Is there anybody on the panel that can guide us as to how to bring these 3 entities, if you like, together successfully to be able to achieve this collaborative, partnership-driven model that we all aspire to achieve? Because it's easy to say, but to implement, it's very complex.
Thank you very much, Nicole. That's the second hand there. Yes.
Okay. Yes, thanks. I just wanted to comment on Makhanda because I'm on the reading panel, the 2030 reading panel convened by former Deputy President Phumzile Ngcuka. And this past year we had Ivo Gomes, who's a mayor of Cabral in a small town in Brazil, and which went from being the worst literacy performer in Brazil to the top in a few years because of the policies that they had. And I just think that in this whole thing, South Africa also needs a case. And I just want to punt Makhanda as a microcosm, which has everything, a microcosm of South Africa. Everything bad and good about South Africa is reflected in Makhanda. And I think there's a value to having a pilot case where you actually see how these interventions work over time. And I think Makhanda is one example where I think it is possible, perfectly possible, to get all children reading by 2030 and to reach the national goal articulated by the CEO of Fundawande. And I really would like to say, and okay, there's not only Makhanda, there's other places, but I think Makhanda in its particular sense, and I just want to chide Sake for not mentioning that Makhanda is the city of the festivals. It's the city where the South African Library for the Blind. There are a lot of resources which haven't been harnessed for education. Second thing I want to say is that there are threats and opportunities which are outside of the education system, which I just want to flag, which hopefully will be talked about sometime. It came out at the Makhanda summit. Threats like the municipality and the performance of the municipality is a real threat to education. Then the other thing I want to mention, the opportunity and the opportunity of promoting reading, because reading is the baking powder of educational performance. And it's something which I hope, and it's not only in the classroom, but family and community literacy. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Our last hand is on this table.
Thank you very much. So my question is going to be more aligned with the implementation side of the ECD programs. We implement maths and science programs, also quintile 1, 2, 3 schools and within the FET space. And one of the gaps that we evaluate on our side when learners get into FET is the comprehension for the English language, especially when it comes to applying it to these subjects. And so the theme that I came across with the ECD presentations was that, the reading for meaning along with the African languages. So I just want to understand, how do you strike a balance in terms of preparing the learners while they're still in their foundational stage, such that when that inflection point comes, when they are taught and assessed in English, they're still able to comprehend the English language as well?
All right, thank you. I will also read to the panel some of the questions that we have received online. The first one was, do we truly have a clear appreciation of the number of NGOs working at rural community level in the education space? And if so, are they truly empowered to drive the sustainable education agenda beyond 2030? That is a question from Josephine. The second question that we got is, how is LURITS, L-U-R-I-T-S, not only SASAMS, how is that used to collect data on the provision and effectiveness of learner support, especially in implementing the policy of learner progression with support in the models presented today? And the last question that we received is the one that says, it's a comment, the Makhanda model is clearly effective. What has been Rhodes' level of engagement with other universities, specifically Sol Plaatje, Mpumalanga, Limpopo, and Venda, in possibly adopting a similar approach as a means to realize holistic development in historically disadvantaged areas? Okay, you thought you could get away with this one. It's coming back again. So having listened to all of those particular questions, and I think obviously each one of you has probably got something to say about it, so if you can just, furnish us with the response, and specifically if it was one that, dives deep into your area expertise, if you can give us some insights on that. And unfortunately, because all of you want to go and eat, this will probably be the last round of comments. So if you can just start from the end there, please.
Yeah, maybe I just want to make a reflection around collaboration. My view is that there is no one size fits all. I think there are different configurations of collaborations that can be explored. I mean, as I sit here and look among the panelists, Kagiso Trust has partnered with almost all of the people who are sitting here. So, which means that configuration would be unique depending on what is it that you are intending to achieve. Where we work in rural areas, we do come across existing capacities, and we do partner with those local entities. As I mentioned in the presentation, eventually when we exit, you must leave an implementation capacity, either through the mentors that you are working with who are locally based, or through organizations that we collaborate with, which are locally based. So everywhere we go, I mean, even Makhanda can attest to that, the cycle of unity, we contributed towards establishing it because it's a locally based entity and it deals with the dynamics of local issues. Thanks.
Thanks, Themba. Yes?
I think quickly on the still collaboration point as well. I think for me there is a need for the department to be intentional about coordinating partnerships, not controlling, but managing who offers what and having an understanding of where people are at and that some of us in these spaces needs to also appreciate the need to become more accountable in terms of what we do the department. Shouldn't just be about what we do and want to achieve, but also what the system needs and be able to communicate what we gather out of there. But for the philanthropy sector, I think there is also, my observation is that there's a lot of money that's thrown around for projects and infrastructure and other things, very little money that goes into system change. And if people can begin to realize that we're working with a process that requires fundamental shifts in how the department works, there could be more intentional allocation of resources to support initiatives that are long-term, that seeks to shift how things are done.
No, thank you. Gail, I think there was specifically a question from AECI about potential collaborations.
Yeah, on just to continue with the theme of collaboration and specifically addressing that question, I first want to say there's a number of enabling ingredients in place as well. I mean, increasingly, from the point of the education department, there's an openness and a willingness, to want to collaborate. The second point is that we have a number of institutional organizations that can help us collaborate. There's NASCI around NGOs. There's an organization for funders where that can promote collaboration, and that makes it easy to engage with each other rather than working individually. And then lastly, it is an issue that I raised about, I think first of all, whether we're corporate or whether we're private foundations, you've got to forget individual ego. And in order to want to think about working systemically, you've got to put education and development and children at the forefront, rather than the individual ego of the funding organizations.
Thanks, Gail. Okay.
Thank you very much. I mean, it's a weird starting point, but Rhodes University is actually turning 120 years old this year. So I feel particularly humbled to be able to be on a panel talking about its contribution to doing something for the future of the country as a whole. To the question that came on the chat around the level of engagement, I can comfortably say that the university is open to these types of engagements and openness. I cannot give an exhaustive answer, but I'd like to make particular reference of what the Community Engagement Office of the university is doing. They hold a yearly conference for community engagement practitioners, both university and nonprofits, across the country and across the world, to come and share the knowledge that they generate and create. It's also the same office that anchors and holds Africa's first journal of community engagement. Now, these are important sites to start to capture and gather this data and knowledge for it to be shared with other spaces, like other small universities and regional spaces. And there's definitely very much an openness to share the models we have, but also to learn from others about similar attempts and what has and hasn't worked. And I think to Umam Eleanor's question, I think she's absolutely right. I mean, the context of what came out at that summit, and this is in all the conversations we've been having, hasn't just been peaches and roses. There are real threats. I mean, there's a reason the city is often known as being a place of potholes, because we struggle and grapple with a weak governance structure and real big threats to investment and pulling people in. But the importance of being able to demonstrate such potential for impact, and she was absolutely right to say, I must touch on these points, is that it reflects that despite the challenges that we are faced with at any given moment, we are still capable of doing more, particularly if you center the community itself in that journey itself, because no one wants to let themselves succumb to the set of circumstances that they're in. So part of what helps these models work is that they invite people to form part. They don't happen to people, they happen with people.
Well, thank you very much for that. Pumelele?
I also would like to just add to what Mam Eleanor said. The Eastern Cape Department of Education is very keen and very intentional about wanting to see cities like Makhanda and examples of that Sobral case happening in the Eastern Cape. And they have committed to put energy towards that. Sobral was a city that influenced a state and influenced a country in terms of seeing what is possible, in terms of turning around learner outcomes. And we are fully in support of that as Fundawande in terms of making a contribution to making sure that at foundation level, we really help our children. I am so keen for us as an organization to make a contribution. All our materials, all our studies, all our educational programs are available to anybody that would like to use them. And we see a usefulness to that, to add to the ecosystem. I'm 100% behind people who say you put your ego aside, you put the competitiveness of saying this is Fundawande material and whatever. It doesn't need to be labeled as Fundawande. Conversations that we've started with the Department of Basic Education, for example, is please use of this that is useful to the system. It doesn't have to have our name on it. And that's really what we would like to see happen, is that what we've learned over the 7 years that we've been in existence can be offered to the system to use as is, or to adapt a little bit, whatever the situation is. We're not using it, we're not doing it just for us to kind of have kudos for doing it, but for helping the children. In my office, I want pictures of children that we have had in our programs, because I want that to be the main focus of what we do, is to help the child, nothing else except to help the child.
Thank you. James, final reflections from you?
I'll be quick. How many NGOs work in education? When we started NASCI, we mapped just under 3,000. But many of them are very, very small, and they come and go, and the survival rate's very low. So NASCI ended up with about 150 really solid, stable NGOs that are working together. But I think there's work to be done there to build that capacity. My last point would be to echo what Gail said. I think associations are really important and undervalued in our country. SEMIA for the M&E, IPASA for philanthropy, NASCI for NGOs. Easier for government to work with an association. You take this tension out of its privileging a particular organization. So let's talk more about that. Thanks.
No. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to all my panelists. Unfortunately, we're out of time, and the lunch hour is upon us, which is obviously very exciting for some of us. So thank you very much for your reflections, and I think the sum of the deliberations and the sum of these reflections are definitely the type of thing that citizens that are watching and citizens that are following this conversation are going to understand, that this is what it takes. This is what it takes to be an award winner, as we all won our awards this morning. So please, wherever you go, you must tell people that on Friday, the 17th of May, 2024, you actually were an award winner. It was not an Oscar that Gail wants, but it was still an award. So thank you very much, and thank you for your time. We will now take a break for lunch, and that lunch break is probably going to be around 30 to 40 minutes. And once somebody starts walking around, ringing a bell or hitting a glass, it will be an indication that we need you back here. So please do try and come back on time as soon as you start ringing the bells. See you shortly. Thank you.
Peepers, yeah. Seems like I'm going into a cauldron with that welcome. Good afternoon, everybody. I thought after people had a sumptuous meal, they would be at least a bit more vocal. Good afternoon. Hi, how are you? Are you fine? Okay, cool. My name is Ayabonga Tawe. Yeah, I wear many hats. I'm a member of the National Council of Equal Education. I'm also a technocrat in the public service. And this afternoon have the fortune of being able to quiz a few of our political parties on some of what their manifestos say about issues in particular in basic education. So we have a few of our parties here today. We have the Democratic Alliance. We've got the Vryheidsfront Plus, FF Plus. We also have Action SA, and we also have Inkatha Freedom Party as our guests. And you might be asking, why those? I already said earlier, the optics seem like a very selected sample. Not at all. The organizers had reached out to all political parties, and I think as we can all understand with the strains and exertion of the campaigns, many of the other political parties could not be here. But we'll certainly have, I hope, a very fruitful discussion and an informative one, because in the next over a week or so, we are all going to be heading to the polls. Many of those who are voting overseas are voting today in many of our diplomatic missions across the world. And so certainly an opportunity once again to better inform ourselves, as it is our civic duty as voters. So without much further delay, let me call up from the Democratic Alliance, Sergio Dos Santos, who's the Shadow MEC for Education. Please give him a rousing applause. So as Sergio comes up, Sergio's got about 5 minutes or so to just share some priority areas. Please, Sergio, take a seat. Some priority areas in the manifesto of the Democratic Alliance. And yeah, I might have some questions and prompts thereafter. So Sergio, let me hand over to you. Basic education from the age of 7 through to the age of 18, at the most impressionable, but also at the most fundamental phase of the development of many of our citizens. What is the Democratic Alliance saying in its manifesto on this score?
All right, so thank you very much for having me, and afternoon to everyone. So we've got a failing education system. We've got a system where we've got almost 81% of our grade 4 learners that cannot read for meaning. We have to change that. We've got a number of learners across the country that cannot do well in numeracy. So there has to be a change to improve the quality of education. Where the current government, it's more focused on expanding education, which is equally important. But the quality of education is not what it's there. We've got poor management at schools, we've got poor teaching, unequal access to digital Wi-Fi. So there has to be some changes. So as the Democratic Alliance, and we use our examples of what we have done and achieved in the Western Cape. So what we are saying as the Democratic Alliance is that we need to ensure that every single learner across the country gets 210 full days of learning. Over and about that, the foundation phase, from grade 3 to grade 1, we need to have the first 2 hours of every single school day that is focused on reading and understanding for meaning, reading and writing. And then an additional hour in the day that is solely focused on numeracy development. So there has to be those type of changes. There's also the need to make sure that the quality of grade R is at a level that each learner, when they start at grade 1, they're already at that certain area. We also need to promote STEM subjects. We also, by ensuring that there's access to internet, we can also give the ability for all schools to have better access to Google for research processes, for STEM subjects and so on. But there's also the problem with regards to quality education and quality teaching. Right now, and unfortunately, we've got unions such as SATU, which is putting a stranglehold on education. They are promoting their own interests, sometimes with the assistance and the guidance of certain political parties. But also the ability for schools to employ educators is also stifled because of the SATU wanting to control that system. So in terms of the learner dropouts, when we're looking at the percentage given by national government, which is at 81%, the true dropout is actually at 55.1%. Now, what government is doing when it comes to matric, they look at how many matriculants wrote and how many have exited the matric system. But when you're looking at the number of learners that had started from grade 8, then looking at it at grade 10, and the number that has actually matriculated, that number becomes 55%. That's the true pass rate, because you've got a lot of learners that are dropping out of the system. So we need to ensure that we have a system where the learners get good education, and as the Democratic Alliance, we want to reduce that number by 10% annually to ensure that the learner dropout, the true learner dropout, is much lower than what it currently is. The problem with, as well, coming back to the grade 4 learner.
Maybe just on that, how are you going to do that? How are you going to keep more of these learners in school?
So we need to improve the education system. As mentioned before, we need to improve it. We need to ensure that the curriculum is expanded, especially when it comes to grade 10. But we need to ensure that the curriculum is expanded so that people that are maybe not necessarily more academically, that they can go into vocational subjects as well, giving them the ability to go through to varsity. When you're looking at TVET, colleges, where a lot of these learner dropouts go through to TVET colleges, 60% of those cannot even find employment after that. And then there's also problems going into NSFAS, which we may not speak about it. But in terms of NSFAS, and it's also quite important, and I just wanted to mention it because I think it's, our proposed system is quite good. The current system that we currently have is that if you do not find employment after you have qualified, you do not need to pay it back. So we're looking at about, I think it was in the last financial year, it was about 41 billion rand that doesn't get paid back. So the system that we're looking at and we're proposing, as an example, we're looking at a tier system. So a household income from, say, 0 to 350,000 would get full scholarship. And then from 350,000 up to 650, it would be 66% and so on. So we need to
on a kind of what, cascading scale,
yeah.
basically. Okay.
So the poorest of the poor would get a full scholarship. And then as the annual income increases in terms of the household.
Okay, so Sergio, we're out of time. I also kind of gave you a parcela point there. Because we're not talking about higher education today. But I'll certainly accord the other parties the same. But thank you very much for that point. And also, I guess, on your response about how we keep more of the learners in school. Just maybe one question. The point you raise about SATU is often made in the discussion synonymous with the absence of a performance management framework between the state as the employer of teachers and the teachers themselves. Just some thoughts on not only the SATU issue, I don't know how you would deal with that, maybe you might want to touch on that, but also how you would govern a performance management contract between teachers as employees and, I guess, the government at multiple levels as the employer.
So what we are proposing, and with the poor quality teaching, so we're proposing that we test the teacher competence after they have, after the initial training. Also introducing an independent evaluation, national evaluation after grade 3, 6, and 9 to evaluate the quality of education that we are receiving. Also, the different interventions that are needed in different areas. So as an example, when we're looking at the new Bella Bill or the Bella Act, it was just passed yesterday, it kind of wants to take powers.
This is the language issue, yeah?
Yeah,
okay.
So that's as well. But it's also wanting to centralize what happens in different schools and in different provinces. The problem with that concept is that a school in Gauteng may be very different from a school in Limpopo. A school in Houghton may be very different from Shoshanguve. So there has to be some sort of system that we understand the community, the SGBs, which are actually elected by the schools, by the community and the parents, that actually have a better say as to what is happening
Sure.
in terms of.
So you want a much more federalist arrangement.
Correct.
Okay, maybe
Correct.
last question we have. How are you going to fund the Wi-Fi in the school?
The Wi-Fi.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
that is something that is already been rolled out, like in Gauteng and in the Western Cape, we have been rolling out the Wi-Fi access. So
Wait,
you've
is
got
that different to SA Connect? Or?
No, there's different partnerships. So
Okay.
if you're looking at it, there's different partnerships. I know of schools in the south of Johannesburg that I think it's Vumatel or Fox or something like that. So there's different.
So the private sector funds it.
Private sector also comes in. So that is basically what we want to look at. Is it expanded into all the schools, but also looking at collaboration from independent organizations that can assist with that type of funding.
And what does the private sector get in return?
Private sector, they get advertising. They get advertising.
All right.
Now, look, it's also the organization's ability, what's generally called the triple bottom line, is what do you give back to society?
Okay.
So that's something that we really need to inculcate in South Africa and ensure that when these independent organizations, such as collaboration schools, they also get something out of it.
Okay, Sergio, thank you very much.
Awesome.
Please
Thank
give
you very
Sergio
much.
dos Santos a round of applause.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Sergio.
Thank you so much, Fred.
And all of the best with the
You too.
campaigns. Thanks,
Thank
man.
you.
So at this stage, allow me to call up from Action SA, Mayor Peggy De Bruin, former MMC for social development in Tshwane, and also a former educator herself. Please give her a rousing applause.
I'm in the hot seat.
You're in the hot seat. Hello, ma.
Hello.
Okay. I like the tribute to the party colors.
Had to do it.
I love it. I love it. Please
Had
give
to do
Mama
it.
a round of applause.
My bosses are watching.
Me Peggy, same question I posed to Sergio. What does the manifesto of Action SA have on offer for the basic education sector and all of the stakeholders in that sector?
Yeah, as Action SA, we feel that there's actually a lot to be done, you know, a lot to be improved. And we're not taking away what has already been done, but there's still a lot to be done. You know, my starting point would be even the curriculum. The curriculum is very wide and leaving little space for, you know, depth. I'm a teacher, you know, I'm a former teacher, where you have to chase the ATP and, you know the mixture of our classes where you have learners who are not equally gifted. So I think if we were to trim down, I think COVID to a certain extent did help us in trimming down the curriculum, because then it leaves the teachers burdened. That's one of the things that we really have to look at, and we strongly feel that we also have to reintroduce teacher training colleges. You know, I'm a product of Transvaal College of Education, where what we did most of the time was, you know, to be taught on how to teach. But these days, you'd find someone who did HR, then having to do a year's course so that one can get into the classroom. And I think that's where, you know, I strongly feel that if it's not broken, why fix it? Why did we even have to close the teacher colleges? So that's one of the things that we have to look at. And we're looking at also psychosocial support for learners. You know, I've taught a lot of learners, and I was not empowered to even identify their learning disabilities. And the sad thing is that these learners have to be retained in grades, you know, because the teacher doesn't even understand. And then you refer these cases to the district. The districts don't have education psychologists. That's one thing that we really, really also have to prioritize, honestly, and we feel that that's one area that we're also going to focus on to make sure that children are given attention and these disabilities are identified at an earlier stage. You know, even at ACD level, why not? So that then we stream them accordingly to where they should be. And obviously the pass percentage. Pass percentage is something that we're also going to focus on, depending on the subjects, especially critical subjects, you know. We know mother tongue is a bit higher than the other subjects, but feel that if we encourage our learners to be focusing on getting 30% for argument's sake, we're not doing justice. You know, it's like we're just pushing quantity instead of quality. So that's another thing that, but I know there are challenges. As a former teacher, I know there are challenges and they need to be obviously addressed. Another area that I think we're not focusing on that much, which is also disadvantages as a party, you know, our learners, is also the neglect of extracurricular activities. I specialized in English and physical education, and it was so sad to see teachers not interested in even doing some of these extracurricular, you know, activities. But when it's time for, IQMS, when we have to check our performance, we always say, I do netball, I do that. So I think that, you know, Department of Education at provincial level, national level should start reviving school sports. Some of these learners are not academically gifted, but are gifted in other areas, but we're not giving them enough support, you know? And I'll also touch on the influence of unions. I think we need a situation whereby we don't have a situation, actually avoid a situation whereby unions have more of a say in terms of promotion of managers, you know? You know, we see it a lot. We see it a lot in schools, and we will find that schools are deprived of the real people, the right people would be able to lead such institutions. So unions should be focusing on policies and other things more than the appointment of managers. We know what is happening in schools, and I don't even want to name a certain union, but that is the practice, and we need to move away from that and make sure that when we even appoint principals, we get people who have done, you know, management of institution courses, for instance, know how to manage these institutions. So like I said, there's a lot to be done. Infrastructure, you know, there's still a lot to be done. You know, you go to school, some schools, you find that there is no, most of the schools don't even have proper labs, science labs, libraries. Most of these schools don't have those. I know it's a tall order, but we have to start somewhere in making sure that, especially schools in the disadvantaged areas, we know they are obviously classified according to the quintiles. And some are lucky to go to the former Model C schools where they find that the infrastructure is okay. I mean, there are schools where there are no sports facilities. There are schools where children still use pit latrines. We see children falling into. So these are, like I said, there's a lot, even in terms of infrastructure, which needs to be done and cannot be done overnight, but we need to start somewhere in addressing some of these issues.
All right, Mme. Thank you very much for some of those responses. And maybe my one question would probably be around the funding elements. We saw the other day a massive protest by social workers, and one of the placards said, we need more social workers in schools. To your point on psychosocial challenges and the need for educational psychologists. And yet, if I look at it from a budgetary perspective, over the last decade or so, if I account for inflation and population growth, there's actually been a decline in some of the allocations in our macro-fiscal framework to education, in a context where some of the class sizes have been getting bigger. So where are we going to find the money for some of these things? The kind of social workers, the educational psychologists, the school fields, where's the money going to come from?
You know, we really have to stimulate the economy for starters and encourage investment, and also proper allocation and proper management of funds. Maladministration is also a problem. So it's time to say there's no money, but there could be money somewhere. So we have to look at the budget, the allocation, the rollout, you know. Like I said, it's not an overnight thing, but it's something that we really have to do. We know we need a healthy economy for us to run a government, for us to have a healthy education system. So something needs to be done. And that's why we should go back to the drawing board and say, how do we then stimulate the economy so that we can address some of these issues? Because education cannot suffer because there's no money.
Yeah. Maybe you also raised the other issue of the role of trade unions in the appointment of specific educators in the kind of system. It might be senior management teams and so on. But also, I guess the other element related to that would be their role in disciplinary mechanisms. So if we're assuming there's a performance management process, it must have some element of a disciplinary intervention and so on. How would you change that? Is that something at the level of a regulation, or is it at the level of the relationship between the district office, and the leadership core in a school?
I feel that there has to be consequence management everywhere, even in education. And that is why we have, because one of the rules of the unions is to even represent educators whenever
There's a disciplinary hearing,
yeah, you know. So there's a need for that, but then also to make sure that there's action being taken, you know. We don't just have a consequence management as in a term that there will be a disciplinary, you know, action taken, neither because of the relationship that we see, obviously, between some of the officials and the unions. We end up with lack of action in terms of, you know, teachers being taken to task. But I can say that we have seen a shift in terms of, you know, action being taken on a lot of things that you see. We've seen learners being impregnated by educators in the past, and then nothing was done much. So I think we need to actually zoom more into some of these things and also involve parents as stakeholders. Because if we are going to allow the education department, the unions, to handle some of the things, but without empowering the parents through the SGPs, because we do have SGPs.
And the community,
You know, the involvement of the community, and also educate the parents in terms of knowing their rights and the rights of their children. You know, a lot of communities need education in that regard.
Sure.
You know, so that we move away from people getting away with a lot of, you know, unsavory behavior, and then there's no consequence management.
Sure.
Wherever there is no consequence management, there can never be performance, or there can never be, you know, not that you instill fear in people, but people have to know that there is, you know, there's always a consequence for one's actions.
All right. Let's leave it on that point of actions. That is Action SA.
Thank you so much.
Peggy, thank you very much for your time and for joining us. Please. Thank you very much, Me. So that was Peggy, the brain, former MMC for Social Development in the Tshwane Metro. Allow me at this stage to call up from the Vryheids Front Plus, the Freedom Front Plus, Mr. Jaco Mulder, who's the premier candidate for the province of Gauteng, and also the education spokesperson for the Vryheids Front Plus. Thank you very much. Welcome, sir. Thank you. Yes, please give Mr. Mulder a round of applause. Thank you. Mr. Mulder, I guess the question is the same, perennial question. What in the manifesto of the Vryheids Front Plus, which I read earlier and covers a wide ambit of issues, would you like to lift up this afternoon for this audience?
Thank you for the opportunity and a good afternoon to all. I must say that I'm actually standing in for Dr. Weinhard Boshoff, who's actually our education spokesperson.
So you are the sub-spokesperson?
Yes, I'm standing in for him. I'm also a member of parliament, we're colleagues there. Okay, as far as education is concerned, the Freedom Front Plus is very concerned about unions. I've heard that we talked about trade unions. And the devastation and the detrimental effect that that's got on schools. Now, school is supposed to be a place of safety, not a place for looting. So the Freedom Front Plus suggests that we replace the trade unions with a arbitration and conciliation system that could be used to sort out those sort of problems. And then the second thing that we want to mention is the high fallout or figure that we've got with our schools, and we propose community and parent-driven mother tongue education schools, which can be provided for in the system. We know that the lack of mother tongue education, especially as from grade 1 onwards, is having a really negative effect on people's, especially, well, even in tertiary education. So community-based schools where you actually you benefit the child, not a system, education system. And then thirdly, the Bella Bill is actually moving in the opposite direction of what the Freedom Front Plus stand for, taking away the decisions of language and cultural and spiritual policies as well as access away from the school into the education department. So we've got a problem with that. And then lastly, let me mention the whole idea of control. At the moment, provincial departments of education are actually providing education, and they are also on the control side, and we think there must be an independent body who actually controls, oversee education and the quality of your education, something that Umalusi most probably can fulfill. So just let me keep it up with that.
Okay,
first.
all right. Let's start on just on that point of the evaluation. I mean, what about the functioning of Malusi as a, I'm not sure if it's a Schedule 2 or Schedule 3 entity, to you at the moment feels inadequate?
Look, they should have a bigger role to play as far as the evaluation of quality education is controlled. Much there should be, at the moment the Department of Education is also fulfilling a part of that role. I think it should be sorted out to institutions like Umalusi in total.
I'm a parent. Just as an example, what is Malusi's role now, currently, in the system? Like, so the education department, I assume, sets the scripts.
Yes.
The children write the exams. The teachers, some of them mark the scripts. And Umalusi, I assume, is a quality assurance body.
Yes.
What do they do now that you feel, yes, is necessary, but not sufficient to get the outcomes you want?
Okay, there should be more of an alignment between the education department and themselves because,
Okay, all right. Then the other point you were raising, just on trade unions, because it does seem to be a common thread, and I certainly note that. It seems to me in your formulation, and you must clarify it for me, you want them to be designated, the teachers that is, as something atypical or typical to an essential service, with some restrictions on their bargaining and associational rights. Just your thoughts on that?
I wouldn't say restrictions. I would say alternative system. And like I said, schools should be places of safety in education. If we mess around with that, we've seen what the results are. So we'll need alternative systems to settle disputes, other than what the trade unions are doing at the moment. Because what they're doing at the moment, they leave a legacy of destruction.
So you're proposing arbitration councils.
That's correct, yeah.
How would that process be different to the current systems for resolving wage and other disputes?
Well, there wouldn't be a trade union that actually loots schools, for instance. It would be a more peaceful system than a trade union, because lots of the trade unions are actually hiding behind the members, and they are causing, they're into power struggles as well. So you won't have that.
Last question on my end, Meneer. The Bella Bill. What would you say to somebody who says language in this country still very much in the education sector is a proxy and might be kind of synonymous with uneven distribution of facilities? Mepegi earlier spoke about there not being labs. But if one were to survey a lot of the kind of dual medium and Afrikaans schools, many of them, because of the history we come from, would have that infrastructure. Many South Africans are saying they want their children to go to those schools. What's your thoughts on how it is that this bill is formulated, that you take issue with in that regard?
Unfortunately, it all has to do with politics like we've had in this province. The very premier of this province, Mr. Lesufi, when he used to be the MEC of Education, he targeted schools, single medium language schools, for so-called transformation. But the real reason why he did it was because the Department of Education in Gauteng did not build new schools. And I know it because I used to serve in the Gauteng legislature, and I used to be a member of the Portfolio Committee for Education. If you go on oversight visits to townships and everywhere, you'll find that there's not sufficient schools. So what they do is They go
But
to
there are
schools.
schools closing in townships because people want their children to go to town.
I understand, but they're not providing schools, even where it's needed. So what they rather do is they target single medium schools who are actually working, forcing them to become double medium schools, but for a political reason, not for the right reasons. That's what I mean.
So I hear that, Meneer, but I think the point I'm trying to raise is that there's an observation of township schools closing because they don't have
Understand.
enough children occupying
Yes, I
desks in those
understand.
schools. And that is because the parents are opting, because of perceptions of better quality infrastructure and facilities, to take them to schools that are in the towns, some of which ostensibly are Afrikaans medium or single medium schools. So that's the point I'm trying to raise. Now, you are saying we need to build more schools in the townships. What about the public investments that have already been made in the single medium schools?
Okay, let me go back. Something that I said in the beginning is that we need people who receive mother tongue education, regardless of what the language is. Let's take English and Afrikaans, for instance. They've got a huge advantage over other children. That's true. So why don't we give people or children the opportunity to get mother tongue education, whatever their mother tongue is? And that's why I mentioned in the beginning we need community and parent-driven based mother tongue education to actually provide for that. And it will be to a huge benefit of all children, regardless of what their mother tongue is.
Sure. How would that work in multicultural versus monocultural spaces? So in my township, say in Esbeleni, say they are, maybe that's not a good example. Say in Soweto, there are kind of 9 language groups. Would that mean that you need a school for Xitsonga, for isiXhosa, isiZulu, let's assume Shona, Sindebele? How would it work?
No, look, I don't think we have to reinvent the wheel. If you look at the models that they've got in the Netherlands and in India, for instance, India's got how many languages? We can certainly make use of those examples. With technology nowadays, it's quite possible to accommodate those children in one school, but not in one class. The principle is to enforce everybody to speak either Afrikaans or English is wrong. So people must be accommodated as far as possible.
Okay, thank you very much, Yaku, and please give Mr. Mulder a round of applause. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Take care. And last but certainly not least, I'm going to be joined. I must firstly, I guess, comment on the age distribution of my guests. And I'm happy now to speak to a younger educator from the Youth Brigade of Inkatha Freedom Party. Her name is Ngosipila Zwane. She's also an educator in her own right. She tells me earlier that she has opted not to be a member of a trade union as an educator. Please give her a round of applause. I think we can do a bit better. Yeah.
Hi.
Hello. Gospel.
Yes.
Gunja.
Ngiyaphila unjani?
I'm well, thank you. So, Inkatha Freedom Party, I'm going to come back to the issue you raised on trade unions, because I'm quite interested in why, as a young educator, you also don't want to, I guess, use your associational and bargaining rights to be under a trade union, but we'll talk about that. But EIFP, in their manifesto, what is on offer for many of the stakeholders in the system, be it parents, communities, teachers themselves, and more importantly, the young citizens in the education system?
Right. Greetings to everyone. I think, first of all, we can all attest that our education system is flawed, and it is then resulting in producing individuals that are not skilled. So therefore, us as the IFP believe that the education system needs to be restructured. This goes to even restructuring budgets, as we were talking, to say that we believe that in South Africa there is money, but there is no money, right?
So there's money, but
there is no money. So it depends on what they are allocating the money for. Then there is money, right? But then when we have problems in the education system, then there's no money. So also part of the IFP manifesto is restructuring the budget allocation for the education system entirely. Also, being a teacher, I can attest to this, that the pass rates or the pass percentages, the requirements that must be met by our learners are lowered. They say you need 30% for tourism, for example, or any other subject, and then you need 40% to pass English home language or isiZulu home language, and then FAL, you need 40%. When you go to university and you apply, then the requirements are something completely different. So which means that the education system is already failing our learners because it requires them to pass at 40%, but university, for access to university, then you are expected to have 60% for English, 60% maybe for maths, depending on the course that you're going to do. So that also is part of our manifesto. And we also believe that the responsibility of education should start when the child leaves the house. Then education then must provide scholar transport, free scholar transport for underprivileged learners. There are kids that travel 15 kilometers before they get to school. By the time they get to school, they're exhausted. If it's raining, they can't go to school because they have to cross a river. But if we had a system that provided them with alternatives, free transport, we're talking about free transport, because some of these villages offer transport, but then it's according to parents that can afford the transport. We can give them bicycles. This is an alternative that if there's a road, then they can use roads and they can use bicycles, something like that. So if our education, this is what we believe would benefit our learners and will benefit the education system. And also minimize political interference.
What do you mean by that?
For
By political
example,
interference, yeah.
Obviously our trade unions, right? Because they go as far as to, you hear that no, Comrade Mang Mang has an interest in becoming a principal in the school. Comrade, make it happen. Is he worthy? Is he qualified? You understand? So the minute I think we remove political interference, will be better for the education system. Because then it is people that are worthy of positions, qualified of positions, experienced of these positions. Then it makes sense. And then address underfunding by restructuring the education system. Now I'm going back to that point. Previous speaker mentioned former Education Minister Lisufi. He was looking at improving schools, which is not a bad thing. Good, right? But we are also looking at the fact that the whole curriculum itself does not serve the type of learners that we have now. We are looking at having, what do they call them? Ama2K. These are young kids that are in a system that values technology. They are exposed to technology. But when they go to school, we still expect them to carry 12 books. The same book I used, I'm an English teacher, I use the same book they're still using. So it's the process of rolling it out, you understand? So I can't be still using the same resources that they were still used in 2012, for example. When I was doing matric. It doesn't work like that because now the target audience is not the same. They are used to technology. We are in the fourth industrial revolution. So therefore the education system must then accommodate that change. That we are changing as people, therefore the system must also change continuously and regularly. Also the fact that we are then going to talk about now our parents opting for I'm privileged to have taught in both. I'm now a private school teacher. I left the public school system because it was frustrating. So our parents will take our kids to private schools because also they feel frustrated by the system as much as the teachers, as much as everyone in the system is. Public schools are overcrowded. You have 40 plus, 60, 75 kids in one classroom, one teacher. you are supposed to serve the needs of 75 kids in an hour, sometimes 45 minutes, sometimes 55 minutes. There's obviously a learner that is too shy to ask a question because there's everyone else, and then we are not going to be able to pick up on their learning needs and their learning styles and all of that. So therefore, that's why I'm saying that the whole system, the education system, is flawed.
Sure.
Yes.
Please help me here. And I
Yes.
think it's a question I'd asked also to Yaku. So this issue of class sizes is in a way a symptom of an underlying problem. It seems to me, I mean, to my earlier point, that you still have areas in the country where schools are closing because they say there's no children.
Yes.
And then you also have schools within some of the townships as well that are seen as kind of pools of quality
Yes.
and excellence. And you have class size issues and infrastructure issues and all manner of other problems there. How can politicians respond to that? Because we're in election now where politicians are going to go to provincial legislatures and to the National Assembly and to the National Council of Provinces.
Yes.
What can politicians do to reconcile that picture for us as citizens? Because it looks a bit bizarre to me that there are schools that are even going into a deep state of disrepair where
Yes.
people are doing all manner of funky things in those schools because there's just no children from the neighboring community taking their children to those schools. How do we fix that at the level of the provincial legislatures and national parliament, which is where we're going to be sending people?
Okay, I think standardized education. By that I mean, what happens in your quartile 5, quartile 4 schools must happen to the other quartile types of schools. I think my former colleague here explained that the categorizing of schools is what also makes it a problem. Because then we have schools that are former multiracial schools. They were well built from long time ago, so everybody wants to go there now. Then the issue is, why not make sure that even in our rural schools, we have the same facilities, same infrastructure? You understand? So I think that's where the big problem is. Also the allocation. They've taken this whole grade R and grade 8 system to say you apply online and then your child is placed at a school that we see that it's either closer to you and all of. So they're trying, that I get the idea that we're trying to say, let's not move our kids. Let's place them closer to schools that are closer to them, but we have preferences, obviously, as parents. But the more we make sure that what happens on the right hand happens on the left hand, then we make sure that education is standard for everyone.
Don't we need money for that? It seems labs
Of course,
aren't cheap.
I told you that we have money
We
in
have
South
money,
Africa.
ne?
In South Africa, we do have money. It's just in terms of priorities. We cannot say education is not a priority. We cannot say education is not a priority. And the fact that when we have these resources, how are they maintained and how are they allocated?
Two things that you spoke about, which I think are critical, I want us to touch on quickly. And we're going to get a response from one of the trade unions, so there's also that coming. On scholar transport, which is also a big issue, certainly in many of the rural areas we come from. Where are we missing it, according to Ingata, on this question? Because it seems to me, I understand there's a grant that comes from national that cascades down to provincial authorities, who then manage a series of service providers, much similar to the passenger operating grant, passenger bus operating grant. Why is it that in provinces like the Eastern Cape, we are still getting a situation where, service providers are not paid and therefore withdraw services? And what would Ingata do about that?
I think the biggest response to this is corruption. When someone is allocated to make sure that the resources that are there in the department go to the right people, and that procedure is not followed, then that becomes a problem. As you are saying that money is allocated, then it does not get to where it should go. That's our biggest problem. That's why I said we have money, but we don't have money.
So what are you going to do differently?
Then Inkatha is trying to make sure that by all means that, for example, if we have projects that should go to the people, they are not managed as tenders. Because then that's where the problem starts.
So you would insource the entire...
Yes.
You would nationalize scholar transport.
it becomes a government thing. It doesn't become like a thing that now you can come bid. Then, because if I'm your friend, I'm like, friend, make sure I get it. But if it's something that we say, let us outsource resources, and then we make sure, then it's sorted.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
Last one, you spoke about curriculum reform earlier on,
Yes.
which I think is an important point.
Yes.
But there are schools of specialization. There's one not far from where we're sitting now, in this province, that have been tooled appropriately to be schools targeted at, say, aviation, mechanical engineering, and all of that. What about those do you find problematic that you would change?
I'm going to make an example. I taught at a technical high school.
Okay.
So this is a school of specialization. Not everybody goes there, except for kids that are into EGD, electrical technology, and all of that. So such schools are not well maintained. You find that it's a big school. It doesn't even have a huge population, but there are not enough resources. Like Mem was saying, we don't have labs, then equipment is not, then it has a disadvantage of some sort that when your child goes to that school, it's a fee-paying school. They make sure it's a fee-paying
So
school.
you're excluding those who can't pay,
Yes,
yeah,
those
okay.
who can't pay. Also, there's equipment that you need to buy a child to go into the. You don't get it for
T-squares,
yes, you
EGD,
don't get it
okay,
for free.
yeah.
So then it excludes certain people from going to those schools. So until that is fixed in our system, to say even the poorest of the poorest kids can go anywhere they want, then our education system would have been like proper.
Nkosiphile's one, ngiyabonga dadewethu. Thank you very much.
Kubonga mina.
Please give Nkosiphile a round of applause. Thanks,
Thank
man.
you. Thank you.
Sure, sure. Yeah, I think you would have heard quite a bit about trade unions. I'm glad trade unions are going to get a right of reply, as we say in the media. I must say myself, it's quite concerning in how many manifestos the problem of education is put squarely at the hands of trade unions. Both of my parents are teachers and members of a teacher trade union. And I guess I'm quite puzzled about how we think about the constitutional rights to association and bargaining and how we balance that against issues of performance, but also processes of appointment and consequence management. So let me allow, I'm not sure who our representative is from the trade unions or which particular trade union. Please, Mama, sorry, sitting at the back. Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, thanks a lot. My name is Mama, by the way.
Your name is Mama?
Yes, thank
Okay,
you
Mama,
for
thank
calling
you.
me
Thank
accordingly.
you.
I'll have so many questions, but unfortunately, I'm reprimanded to say I cannot ask questions, but rather put it in a form of a statement. So my question, first of all, I would like to ask, what was the whole purpose of this session here, the manifesto of political parties? Because in my smallanyana mind, it looks like they don't know what they are talking about. First of all, I don't know who employs the teachers. Is it the union who's the employer, or is it the Department of Basic Education? So I would like to understand whose responsibility is it, kahle kahle. I think we are losing the plot as also yourself, sir.
Also me.
Yes, the department employs teachers.
Yes, the state.
unions are there for representing the members,
workers, yes.
are there to represent the members in terms of labor on all other issues. And also when it comes to education, there's a lot of research that must be done. The curriculum is in its process of being strengthened, number one. We have a 3-stream model that's about to be implemented, number 2, which is aimed for learners who are not academically inclined to have a different pathway. So I think I will end there. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mama. And even the bullet that was not meant for me, I will take. No, I'm being serious, because I think the issue that Mama is raising about different pathways is why I was asking the point on schools of specialization. But similarly, I think the point I was making earlier before your input is I would like, and I'm saying this as a citizen, I'd like us to caution against limiting associational and bargaining rights to create some kind of parallel system. Because if I'm allowed to join a trade union, as I was a member of in the broadcasting space, I don't think there's a reason why that shouldn't extend to my parents. So I think we must kind of balance those things out. But I'll take the bullet, Mama, even if it was not meant for me. Sorry, what was the trade? I didn't get your trade union, though.
Amandla.
Ngawethu. I didn't
That
get the
was
trade
to
union.
say,
Sorry, Mama.
That is the name of the trade union.
Oh, ngawethu.
Amandla. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
We don't want to waste your time, but also we just want to, it's statements and it's not questions because time is against us, but also I'm very much saddened. And I even question the manifestos and the type of people that listen to these manifestos and what is the action they need to take thereafter. Because honestly, I'm also disappointed because people take the stage without having to research what they are coming here to talk about. The issue of saying, we have 3 streams already. Dr. Smelane, I feel very sorry for you because that is your passion. But now it seems like it doesn't exist. And also, people are not even backlashing at the unions per se, but people don't even know the role of Umalus. And they don't even know the role of SACE. So I think this is the research and this is what people need to go back and research. And also, lastly, they might also research the role of the unions and what the unions are doing currently. Because earlier I was speaking to someone who was saying, honestly, she feels that unions have changed their landscape. But it's not about us dropping the toy-toying and whatnot. It's because we understand that we are past that. Now, this is where we are, and we need to move on. There's a lot that the union, and we have 5 unions. You mean all these 5 unions,
It seems there's a singling out of one. If you read the manifestos, there's one that's being singled
There's
out.
one that is being singled, one, and that is why my colleague and I had felt that we need to respond. We
Thank
are
you,
from
Mama.
SATU, by
Thank
the
you
way.
very much. The South
And
African Democratic Teachers Union.
Exactly,
Yeah.
thank you. I'm happy you know the full thing. So I'm saying there are processes, there are policies. So, and the union, there are reasons for the unions to be there. Otherwise, people want to run a banana country. I thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please give the representatives from SATU a round of applause. And I think I will close it off here. I've been given strict instructions that we are late. So I need to hand over to my brother, Kaya Stole, so Sondela job. But I think that latter point is important. We have to always square all of these things up against the compact we all signed in the 90s, which is the constitution of this republic. And I hope that this session has helped inform some of the choices we're all going to make in the next few weeks. And from my end, thank you very much. And yeah, really appreciate the opportunity. Cheers.
Okay, thank you. We are back after lunch. I see most of you enjoyed the lunch, and some of you were asking during lunch where the drinks were going to start flowing. That's for later on today, where we're going to be doing the cocktails. Now, having listened to the different conversations that we've had this morning, there was obviously this recurring theme about the state, the role of the state, the capacity of the state, and the engagement models that we have with the state. So we thought it would be important to actually get some insights from somebody who knows these things much better than I ever will, somebody whose hobby is to go to work. And why that's an important thing is that people enjoy their hobbies. This man doesn't just enjoy his hobby, he's actually in love with his hobby. And that is, of course, the DDG, Mr. Smelane himself. If you can join us on the stage, please, sir. Dr. Moses Smelane is a DDG, responsible for curriculum, policy, support, and monitoring at the Department of Basic Education. Malum, are you good?
Thank you very much, Brother Kaya,
And welcome.
for the opportunity. Thank you
Yes.
very much. I'm good.
Yeah. I mean, let's just canvass a couple of issues, a couple of critical issues. When we started this morning, we all said, look, we've seen pockets of excellence, we've seen these models, we've seen ways in which collaborations have happened, and we've seen the way in which people have tried to essentially make an impact in the spaces that they could. And of course, one of the issues that eventually emerged was the fact that, look, all these good case studies seem to be the type of thing that a department or the state should be saying, oh, that seems to be the way we should be doing things. Talk us through the model, or at least the approach, to collaboration, partnerships, and learning from non-state actors that the department currently practices?
Thank you very much for the question. And indeed, actually, where we started, where different partners of the department were showcasing the educational models that they have developed and have tried, and those models are actually ready to be brought into the department to impact the quality of basic education, taking it forward. So in terms of how we leverage on partnerships that exist and those that we envisage establishing with all available stakeholders, like the ones that we've actually seen today, we have a unit or a directorate in basic education that focuses strictly on partnerships. So therefore, we would like to encourage all partners to engage with the department through this directorate that is structured and has been established solely to look out for all sorts of partnerships that we need in basic education. So the opportunity is there for partnering, and the opportunity is sort of structured in that we have got a structure in the department that follows certain processes and procedures in the process of establishing partnerships.
Yeah. We also saw some of the indicators that seem to outline to us that the education system at large is not an overnight thing. So you do not do a 2-day thing and things are going to happen. The capacitation projects that are going on at different elements of the system, the question of what's happening within the literacy space and the early education, there's a lot of that. And I think I remember it is only in the past 10 years or so where we've then said, wait, hold on, by the time they arrive in grade 1 or grade R, there's already been some element of development that we need to be able to oversee in one way or another, to be able to understand what happens in the early childhood phase. And obviously, up until that point in time, ECD was placed somewhere completely different in government, and that process of migration was one that we all believed was the right way to do. The good intentions were there. Can you talk us through the progress in that and whether the department has started to see the windfalls associated with having much greater oversight over the development of young people long before they get to the grade 1 class?
That is actually the most important move and policy direction that our government has actually taken. And that is the decision to actually migrate early childhood development to basic education. So as it were, now that the migration has happened, firstly, basic education wanted to take early childhood development program as is. I'm quoting my minister directly. We started by taking the early childhood development programs and centers as they were. But then the immediate steps that followed after taking over early childhood development was to put systems and structures in place to begin to regulate early childhood development with the purpose of improving the quality of early learning programs that are offered and making sure that we also draw from everybody who is operating in that space. I'm talking about both public as well as private early childhood development programs. And that's basically where we are. And we have already developed. Firstly, we had to understand who is there, who is operating in the space, what is the magnitude of the program before we take over. So therefore, we did sort of an audit so that we understand what we have, and also the issues of differing qualities in terms of the offering of the early childhood development. So all of these are challenges that we are already aware of after the audit, but we also had to put systems in place for registration of all these centers so that it's easy to know what do we have, where do they exist, what are they currently offering, and what investments still need to go into some. In fact, a majority of the early childhood development centers, as it were. I can say that on Tuesday and Wednesday this week, Minister had actually directed that there be an early childhood development workshop where all stakeholders were invited. When talking about this mass registration of the early childhood development centers, Minister was actually talking about the campaign, as it were, as ziveze rather than a mass registration. Because if you go on a mass registration, you will actually target those that you are already aware of. But if you call out for any practitioner and any center within the space to say, please come forward and present yourself as one of the practitioners in the space, I think we are going to be able to mobilize as many as they do exist.
Yeah. Godwin showed us an interesting slide this morning where it's sort of really, it's a slide about the footprint. So he compared a bank and the footprint that it has. And obviously at the crux of that was the reality that you have 25,000 operating centers in the form of schools. You've got districts, you've got all of these particular layers within there. It's a complex system. It's a complex system. And yet, within the complexity of that system, it should be very clear to us that we all have a collective responsibility of making sure that no one gets left behind. And in the sense, when we have 25,000 centers and resources may not necessarily be evenly distributed across the system, it becomes important for these partnerships to be the ones that actually get us much closer to designing what that floor is and making sure that no one falls below that floor. What is the way, or perhaps what is the strategic view of the department in relation to how you make sure that the capacity that exists within the state, the responsibility that the state has, and the capacity that exists in across the different conversations that we've had here is actually harnessed in a much better way going forward, to be able to say, well, actually, all 25,000 operating centers have got these baseline competencies, got these baseline capacities, so therefore we have a system that we all can collectively say it's working in a form.
I think we need to understand and also accept that, as basic education alone, we are never going to take the quality of education to where it's desired to be. And therefore, it is therefore our approach as basic education to be open to every expertise that is available in the country, across the entire spectrum. And that is why we work so tirelessly in establishing as many partnerships as possible, but also bearing in mind the kind of trajectory or strategic direction to which we want to take the country. Now, maybe just taking a few seconds and reflect on the presentation of the education models that have emerged from different organizations, as it were. I think what should be the driving force and what should be the motive of engaging partners is to understand what is the vision of basic education, so that even our stakeholders are rallied behind the vision and are assisting government in realizing the vision. For instance, with regard to the process of strengthening the curriculum, which I can quickly say, the process of strengthening the curriculum, we are infusing the 21st century skills, we are infusing even skills on education for sustainable development, issues of climate change, etc. So, but that process in itself, it's not something that we can do alone as a department. We need all of these expertise who have always been operating in these spaces to bring in their strategic approaches, and of course, even the resources that are required. What we've been seeing in the recent past, and which continues to happen, is that we are seeing a perpetually shrinking fiscus. So therefore, if we are to depend on government for funding and for resource mobilization, we are not going to get very far. And that is why we are inviting all the stakeholders to hold hands with us, because they also have got resources that they are prepared to share. We've had, even for programs like the teaching of reading, the resources that have already been developed. So we don't have to reinvent the wheel, but we can actually maximize the developments and take the gains a bit further than we would if we were to work alone as a department.
Yeah, definitely no need to re-engineer the system. I think we've seen enough anecdotes, we've seen enough insights on what's already working out there, and perhaps making sure that we actually get better coordination, and I think cohesion across the different social partners is probably the one way in which we can definitely improve the educational outcomes for the children of South Africa for the next 30 years. Now, obviously, I don't know if you're going to be around for the next 30 years, but I will be here in 30 years' time, and I will call upon you to come and say, when we met 30 years ago and we made these particular commitments, what did you do and what did you not do, and where do we go forward? So thank you very much for having taken the time to join us today, and I think obviously your participation as a department does give us the indication that it is a department that is happy to listen, to collaborate and exchange ideas, and we hope that we can and maintain this momentum. Thank you very much. A round of applause for Dr. Smelane, please.
Thank you.
We are swiftly going to move on to our next part of the agenda because we kind of running short on time, but also if some of you are listening in and some of you are in the room that have particular involvement or particular work that you've done in supporting the funding of teachers, teacher bursaries, please do reach out. There is indeed one of our trustees who wants to be able to engage with partners in that particular space. So that is something that I'm hoping that we can have as one outcome of today, just creating those new partnerships. Before we get to those new partnerships, we are going to call on the stage somebody whose only sin today is that he's better dressed than I am. So I'm still not sure if I should be bringing him on stage. And it's clearly not the man who's on stage right now, because I think I'm a bit better dressed than him today. But what we're going to be engaging on is a conversation with a young man who not only dresses well, but also does the type of things that a lot of citizens are fascinated by. And I think it's a person whose entrepreneurial spirit and his idea of just how to make things done differently or how to do things differently is